mes doigts. Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Dis-moi où est ton papa, sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché. Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
Having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Dawson. Our broadcast coming to you live from gloomy Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. It's gloomy here in Vancouver, Canada, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the land of the free, the real land of the free, the home of the brave. Audio levels might be a little bit low. I apologize. It's because the microphone is actually far away from my mouth. And therefore, I don't know if you'll be able to hear me. It's chaotic here. It's chaotic here. I'll get right into it. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on. I couldn't find a bag milk, but I did find... No bag milk for me, but what I did find was a carton of milk. Northern Lion said on his stream, you're staying at his house. Why did he out me? It's true, I'm staying in Northern Lion's house. This is it. This is Northern Lion's home. Yeah, he lives in an incredible home. So nice. It's also beautiful outside. It's very gloomy here, but it's beautiful out here. It looks like a hotel. I thought it was strange. I'll be honest. I thought it was strange that Northern Lion chose to basically design his entire home after like a very famous hotel chain. I don't know why he did that, but he did it regardless. Anyway, so you guys caught me. It's sunny in California, but it's actually very doomy and gloomy here in Vancouver, British Columbia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm live. I'm alive. I'm here to fight back against the separatists, the Alberta separatist movement. I am your guy, okay? I'm your guy. Anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And as far as personal news goes, we're also on, obviously, stolen land. We're also on stolen land. Before I forget, we're in Canada, which is not only stolen indigenous land, but also it's stolen indigenous land where they openly recognize it as stolen indigenous land. Avi Lewis collab when? Probably not happening anytime soon. I was supposed to link up with Naomi as well, but I'm not here for a long enough time for that to happen. Also, hold on. I'm gonna deal with this curtain a little bit. 1 second. Wait, what the fuck? God damn it. Oh. A little bit better, I think. Um. Anyway, yeah, it's gloomy here. It's 56 degrees and cloudy here with highs at 63 and lows at 54. It's raining when I first got in. And yeah, it was one of those things where like I'm not even going to be I'm not spending too much time in Vancouver, unfortunately. I don't have enough time to even hang out with what? Part 2, come back, more cake. Were you guys staring at my ass? Josh Gottheimer is calling you out again, this time on Newsmax. He's got no motion. I know. I know. So I'm here for personal news wise. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And as far as personal news goes, I ended the broadcast yesterday. And what did I do? I went to bed. I went to bed early. I hung out with my mom a little bit. And I went to bed because I had to wake up super early. I had to wake up at 4 a.m. And get on a flight and get over here to Vancouver. And I'll say, if you remember, I talked about how like it was baddie central at the airport, at the Vancouver airport this time. Not so much, I will admit. It pains me to admit that, but it was not exactly baddie central at the airport this time. It was not like Valorant Vancouver, you know? Because before it was Valorant Vancouver, right? It's like a Valorant lobby. All of the border patrol were baddies. But this time, not so much. It's okay though. I still love the city. It's so beautiful. It's the Couve making it stink. Yeah. Today's my birthday. Can I get a happy birthday, please? Happy birthday, chatter. But what was I gonna say? Why are people using you wearing a suit to claim you're a sheepdog for the Democrats? Because honestly, guys, because a lot of people are stupid. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. You can't really take people seriously. Like, just make up your own damn mind on whether or not you feel like there's any veracity to the claims.
This morning,
you know, exercise a little bit of critical thinking. They've run out of shit to attack. I mean, think about it this way. When they attack Abdul, they're like, oh, he's only a doctor and has a PhD, and he's only a Rhodes Scholar. He was never a real physician. Like, it's the same principle, right? It's the same damn principle all the time. When people run out of shit to attack you with, they just make up new controversies, and those controversies get increasingly dumber. And now my new controversy is that I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party because I'm wearing fucking suits. Okay. Like, this is what your opponents do This is what your opponents do when they run out of ammunition, when they still want to attack you, but they just got nothing going on. It is what it is. You don't have to fucking worry about everything. Okay, Jeremiah Johnson basically saying Abdul should apologize for getting smeared. I think so too. I can't tell you how I really feel about what should be done to these people. Because obviously I got a lot of attention on me right now, and I don't want to, I don't want to give ammo to my haters, but like, but I'm thinking it, right? I'm thinking about like what I think a lot of these people fucking would get in a just world, in a just universe, if we lived in a just world, right? Because it's just it's so fucking unbearable. It's so frustrating. Yeah, he did a Columbia Med called me a doctor. drabdul.com. Abdul for Senate. That's funny that they're trolling. The Pakistan government retweeted a clip of you. Wait, they did? Well, the page doesn't exist, so I don't even know if that actually happened or not. I don't know what to believe anymore. Anyway, Pakistan's in the bud. All right, so yeah, I woke up super early, got on a flight, flew to Vancouver, and got off the flight, left March behind because he's going from this to EDC, so he's like, he has, all of his checked luggage back there, and I couldn't even wait because like his luggage got stopped. Air Canada has some like weird rules around America to Canada to a different location in America transit, where they just like hold your luggage. I don't know. There was some issues with his luggage. He couldn't receive his luggage, so he was like, bro, you got to leave without me. So I just rushed over here to the hotel, got started, took a quick dumpy. And did a stripper shower. Right? Like, this is why I can't watch you as much anymore. I'm in the car with my kids, and you said pussy 15 times, killing me, bro. Buddy, if you're in the car with your kids, why are you tweeting? Why are you writing and driving? Okay? But yeah, okay, I'll try not to curse as much. Okay? I will be mindful that you have kids watching. I apologize. Stop making us imagine you in private situations. I mean, you don't have to imagine it. I'm just telling you what's going on in my life, down to like the minutia, down to every little thing. I fell asleep on the plane, so that was good. At least I got a couple more hours of sleep on the flight. I feel somewhat revitalized, somewhat energized. Rushed over here, immediately put this stuff together, and yeah, censoring my language is actually Democrat Party sheepdog behavior. But yeah, I also wore a full suit on the flight, and I was so tired that I just passed out like this with the full suit. So if any creep shots come out, it'll be very funny. But can you speak louder? It's noisy in here at the moment. No, this is as loud as it gets. What the hell, Hasanabi? I'm driving my stupid stepkids right now, and you're not cursing enough for them? Okay. Cuck chair review? Sure, I'll do a cuck chair review in a second. Musharraf Zaidi, the Prime Minister's spokesperson for foreign media government of Pakistan. Hasan Piker has a new message for Pakistan. What the hell, dude?
To the Pakistanis, I say welcome. Welcome. As a Turkish American, let me welcome you to being the table. Okay? Pakistan's in the bot! But also, Pakistan is the table. And when you are the table, Israel wants to blow up the table. Okay? Luckily, you have nukes, which might be better for you in the long run than having American nukes in American NATO bases. Let's be real. My life for Pakistan. To the Pakistanis, I say welcome.
That's crazy.
Welcome. As a Turkish American, let me welcome you to being the table. Okay? Pakistan's in the bot, but also Pakistan is the table. And when you are the table, Israel wants to blow up the table. Okay? Luckily, you have nukes.
Bro, what happens? What happens in this part of the world where they got? That's a government official retweeting that. That's so funny. A government official retweeting me saying, "Hey, Israel is jealous of the new prominence that Pakistan has found in the global stage, and now they're threatening to blow you up. But luckily, you have nuclear arms as a major deterrent." And having your own nukes is obviously going to be better. Having your own nukes is obviously going to be better than, having American nukes inside of NATO bases as far as like withstanding or as far as creating successful deterrence against Israel, posturing militarily against you, and is wild. Am I officially Jackson Hinkle style in the Bangladeshi and Pakistani, at least in the Pakistani UNC group chats now? Is that what it is? Hat with your suit is Democratic Party shilling. Good to know. He actually is an L subhuman person using you for propaganda or whatever. I mean, I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about the current Pakistani government. But what I will say is this, okay? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Listen, we don't have a lot of allies everywhere, okay? You got to take whatever allies you can get. Anyway, I'm putting my... Wear your DSA Philly hat more. Are you getting jealous? DSA chapter is getting jealous. The hat makes you look like a Democrat shill. It says Democratic Socialists. Anyway, Pelosi soft endorsing Connie Chan. Yeah, no, I know. All of the radical leftists of San Francisco fucking hate Shoika so much that they're gonna be like, no, Nancy Pelosi is actually a queen, and it's a wonderful endorsement. Anyway, we love Pakistanis, just not Pakistan government, but we loved Imran Khan. Anyway, all right. If you say free Imran Khan, you'll be in every Pakistani group chat by tomorrow. Free Imran Khan? Of course. Free him. Free you. Uganda declared war with Turkey today. Great. You shouldn't really wear ties if you want to fit socialist aesthetics. I love how ties look, but it's really developed as a bourgeois signifier. Not trying to micromanage you, though. Do what you want, but at least try it. That's not true. I mean, that is true. You are right. Of course, ties are bourgeois aesthetic. However, it's whatever you want to, it's however you want to wear it. Kind of fucked up how much love you've shown to BC when Ontario is the one that needs critical support right now. Smudge, come to Toronto already. T-Dot. Okay. So let's blast off. And let's get into it. But yeah, I'm here. I'm in Vancouver. I'm basically Canadian at this point, spiritually. Obviously, if you're in support of socialized medicine, you automatically, in North America, you're automatically spiritually Canadian. So, you know, we're still going off that. We're still going off that. So you're just going to brush it past that you cost us fear and with Caroline Kwan from Women? What? Where was I? Send me a Chinese EV, please. You got it. I got you, fam. All right, so I'm in Vancouver. Trump is in China. Talking to Gabor Maté later. Epstein's Fury Day 75 straight closed. New York Times iOS for 8 report. I didn't even get to talk to that. Talk about that. More backlash. My dad asked me a question earlier, and I instinctively said, let's grok it. I'm a numbers guy. Okay, good. Please come to a speaking event in my house. You got it, man. You got it. I'm a numbers guy. I'll be at your house. I will love to valuetain. I valuetain anyone, anybody. I valuetain anybody. It doesn't matter to me where you are. Okay? You tell me the address, I say, let's grok it, let's chat GPT it, and I'll be there. I'll be there, anybody, anytime. Will you be doing a food sampling stream of Vancouver food? No, I won't be. Do we have a blast off meme chatters? I'm a numbers guy. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. What is this with that suit, tie, and beard and cap? You look exactly like Harry Dean Stanton's character in Paris, Texas. Great. It's a fit. Yeah. Okay. Where were we? So yeah, there's a lot that we're going to be talking about today. One of my favorite topics of all time, obviously, Chinese century of prosperity, American century of humiliation. Clearly that's a big deal, that we are, we're going to be getting into. A lot of indication for the Hasanabi heads, the Pikerists out there, the Marxist-Leninist Pikerist movement is socialism with Hasan characteristics. Socialism isn't to be poor, to be rich is glorious. This is Deng Xiaoping, or more like Deng Xiao Hasan Piker. Ogre did it again. Of course, the ogre did it again. $49.50. Senate fails to pass a measure to end Trump's war in Iran, but it gets closer. 3 Republicans vote yes. Paul, Collins, Murkowski. Murkowski is a flip, having voted no previously. 1 Dem votes no. John Fetterman. Not sure whether you saw this or not, but Simon Harris is trying to get you on the smear train again. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't really matter though, right? There are a lot of people who want a piece of this. It's virtually impossible for me to deal with every single person that wants a piece of this, but it's also really funny. Like if I were to like respond to a hater, it probably wouldn't be Sam Harris in 2026, considering that Sam Harris in 2026 is not a real mover or shaker, right? Unfortunately for Sam, he's utterly irrelevant. People have actually moved on to much more unsophisticated versions of Islamophobia. Unsophisticated versions of Islamophobia that is very much in fashion, right? Nobody wants to hear from a liberal who will LARP as an anti-conservative, liberal, anti-religion guy who, on the one hand, weirdly enough, loves a Jewish ethno-state, okay? Loves the Jewish ethno-state, and is constantly just saying, like, look, I'm an atheist. I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm an atheist. And personally, as an atheist, I think, Jews should have an ethno-state. It can be run like a theocracy if necessary because Muslims are severe, and Muslims are far worse. Muslims are far scarier. It's like, okay, well, you're an indecent person. You don't have any sort of like moral consistency. It's very obvious what you're doing, right? Yeah, I'm good, man. I don't think it's okay for, a Jewish ISIS to exist and operate in the Middle East. And you and I are never going to be in agreement on that. I also don't think that we should, aggressively pursue people for believing in religion. Whatever people want to believe in, they can believe in that. I don't really care necessarily as long as they're not hurting other people. So, I'm a numbers guy. Yeah, I saw Ray Huang has a really disastrous poll that just recently came out at 4%. Adam Miller gaining on Ray at 7% now, which is obviously putting this race into a very shitty place. But we'll talk about all of that. Honestly, I've been all over Canada. You don't even need to bother with anywhere else. BC is literally in a class of its own, and it's not even close, to be honest. Okay, that's crazy. Fucking Spencer Pratt at literally 22% plus 12 is insane to me. I do think that that's Karen Bass's doing, by the way. I think Karen Bass's machinations have caused Spencer Pratt to receive the second slot in that race. But getting back to it. Are you meeting with the Canadian RevComs? The Revolutionary Communists of Canada? No, I don't think so. I don't have that in the design, in the cards. I did forget to post on Instagram. I apologize. I didn't blast off on Instagram because I was doing a stripper shower basically while I was live already, I just think LA residents really want to melt homeless people. I mean, you might be right, chatter. You might actually be right. You in Vancouver, no smoke weed? Y'all are so fucking funny, dude. Some of you are so stupid. What's your bracelet? Vote Abdul. And Free Palestine, Save Gaza bracelet. A hoe bath. My ops are out here doing hoe math. I'm out here having a hoe bath. Because I didn't have time. Because I woke up at 4 and I have been in transit. Can you say sick to my stomach, fam? I'm in BC, bro. I'm not in Toronto. But sure. Why you cheesing, fam? Sick to my stomach, fam. The West is lost, moved to Afghanistan. Yeah, this is really funny. A really funny story on Spencer Pratt. LA mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt is living in a Bel Air hotel, not a trailer. It's really interesting because he's been talking about how his house was burned in the Palisades fire, which, I am obviously sympathetic to. And that's a horrible situation. But he has been presenting that as a reason as to why he wants to kill the homeless on his let's kill as many homeless people as possible mayoral race. Spencer Pratt, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is now in second position on some polls in the LA mayoral race. Top two, it's an open primary. Top two goes into the general. The incumbent mayor, Karen Bass, is at the top with like 30% because she's unbelievably unpopular. And Spencer Pratt is now creeping in. Okay? Yeah. So he had a mansion that caught on fire. And then he bought like an Airstream trailer to make it seem like he was living out of a trailer now that his house is caught on fire. But it turns out he's actually living in Bel Air Hotel. It's like $1,200 a night. Unbelievably expensive. I didn't even know he had the money for it, but maybe he's like fundraising and then using it to pay for his lavish hotels. I could totally see him doing that. I mean, he's a con man. He's a straight up con man. Pro-Israel, pro-Alex Jones, pro-ICE. And now he's in second position in the LA mayoral race because Los Angeles is completely busted. Full out, 5-star, $1,200 a night. Yeah. So, I am pro running one particular homeless man out of LA. Yes, this homeless man. Isn't it ironic that he's homeless but insanely wealthy? So obviously he can have like some kind of permanent shelter. But his entire campaign revolves around, also blast off, chat. We blasted off already. Let the fucking people know. What are we doing here? 184 likes? That's crazy. We're washed. It's over. Especially because I forgot to do an Instagram. Fell off hard? Yeah. Sorry, don't got Twitter. Hold on. Let me do a quick Insta post too. All right. Just do it now. You used to do them live anyway. No, I'm not gonna do it now. Time to pivot to gaming. Yeah, it's over. You're in Canada, bro. Canada means motionless if you don't get Timmy Hortons. Okay, if I have time, I'll get Timmy Hortons. Okay, chill out. Okay. All right. Let's get started in situation monitoring, global politics, geopolitical events taking place, taking shape all around the world, but especially in China. Donald Trump and his legion of fucking losers is currently out in Beijing living my dream, okay? They got the red carpet rolled out. There's obviously been some back and forth. And there's been some controversy on the trip thus far. One of the worst controversies has been what kind of dog shit food they were serving on Air Force One that was supposed to be Chinese. And I don't know how to explain this to you. That is probably the biggest war crime of all time. Yeah, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang wasn't supposed to make it on the trip initially, but he actually intercepted Air Force One in Alaska. I saw. We talked about this yesterday. So I think it's interesting that Jensen Huang was kind of disinvited, or he didn't want to go on the trip initially, which I thought was interesting because Jensen Huang is obviously he's one of those guys who's like petitioning the government to not restrict NVIDIA sales to China, because he believes that China's going to get there in technology anyway, so they might as well sell them. They might as well sell them NVIDIA products like the latest technology. Therefore, Jensen Huang can still make billions of dollars. And also, he personally believes that this is better because this way they will have a reliance on NVIDIA products instead of making their own competitive chips. But it turns out that beef was maybe short-lived, or wasn't a beef at all, because Donald Trump invited him. He was caught. He was papped on a Alaskan runway getting on Air Force One. They literally stopped at Alaska, picked him up. Dude, the way these guys live is so crazy. They're like, oh yeah, I'll hitch a ride on Air Force One to Beijing. Let me just fly my private jet from, I don't know, San Francisco to fucking Alaska, and you can pick me up in Alaska on the route. Anyway, New York Times has extensive reporting on what the Trump side demands are most likely going to look like. Trump obviously went to China with a contingency of some of the wealthiest people, okay? Including Brett Ratner, weirdly enough. I think Brett Ratner, is that real? Is he actually on the China trip as well? That's very strange. Like, it almost feels like Donald Trump is like, no, we're gonna bring Jeffrey Epstein affiliates, okay? I really wanted Jeffrey Epstein affiliates to come to China. We want the Epstein class to have a foothold inside of China, as a matter of fact. Now, yeah, I retweeted this as well. 12 of the most powerful capitalists on earth flew to Beijing today with the U.S. president as their chaperone to beg the chairman of the Communist Party of China for deals. That's pretty much what is going on here. Now, in a just world, obviously, if we were living in a just world, I mean, I'm not going to say it, but if we had a Chinese-style form of governance, we'd be prosecuting some of these billionaires, not flying them around the world so that they can make even more billions. But we don't live in a just world. We live in a world dominated by capital. So, anyway, let's start here.
President Trump touching down in China as the war with Iran looms large. But this is not the visit the president had initially planned. He had hoped to arrive in China victorious over Iran, with momentum to seal deals on trade and technology. Instead, the standstill in the war taking center stage. Trump insists he doesn't need Chinese President Xi's help to end the conflict, but says they will discuss it.
We're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you.
China is one of...
By the way, Chinese press is basically big dicking Donald Trump. Straight up. Chinese press is absolutely, and it's deliberate, obviously, like most of the press, if not all the press in China, both their internal press in Chinese, their Chinese press, and their English press, like in the Global Times, is obviously controlled by the party. So one of the Global Times, Global China newspapers, the major one, China Daily, basically yesterday posted a full above-the-fold coverage on the nation of Tajikistan and Tajikistan's leader having a meeting with Xi Jinping. And then on the side panel, there was a brief footnote about Donald Trump arriving in Beijing. I'm sure today they will probably put it above the fold. But things like that do matter, right? I mean, this is from yesterday's China Daily. Sino-Tajik ties enter new phase. Xi navigates China-U.S. relations amid global uncertainty. That's by design. And the Chinese newspaper websites, like the Chinese papers in Chinese, in Mandarin, they don't even mention that Donald Trump is coming to China. And I suspect that's on purpose. And one of the things that Bloomberg was reporting on that I saw earlier is something that I could not have foreseen either. I thought that they would be much more excited, even if it is to just like make Trump feel good, make Trump look good. I did not think that they would go the route of humiliating the American contingency, or at least like showcasing their power over the American side on this trip. But it turns out they are doing that. And this is something that I did not expect, and I will admit that. I thought that they would roll out the red carpet and hit the maximum like, oh, we're so excited that you're here mentality. Turns out that's not the case, which is interesting because China is usually invested in stability, and China knows that the best possible route for stability, the path of least resistance, is to give Donald Trump some goodies, right? Some MOUs, memorandum of understandings, and also on top of that, some promises about like investment, some promises about purchasing. New York Times called this the 3 Bs: beef, beans, and Boeing, right? China has a fleet, obviously, of Boeing airplanes. China also builds Boeing airplanes as well, or builds components for Boeing airplanes in their factories. So I think that's the reason why the Boeing CEO is there with Donald Trump. They want to sell more Boeings to China, and beans is soybeans. Obviously, they want to get China to purchase soybeans again. It's destroyed a lot of the American agriculture, American farmers in a lot of areas that voted for Donald Trump. China always reroutes the soybean purchases whenever America starts trying to do, tariffs or anything like that against China. And China this time around rerouted almost the entirety of their soybean purchases to Argentina. And then, obviously, the other one is beef. This is a thing that we produce. Are you trolling? No, I'm not trolling. America exports a shit ton of beef. America exports a shit ton of soybeans, and America exports Boeing products. These are like the three major things that we produce on U.S. soil that we sell to the rest of the world that isn't baby murder machines. And obviously, America is not going to sell baby murder machines to its foreign adversary that it wants to fight. I thought you were trolling about soybeans. My B, your tone. No, I'm not trolling. I never troll about soybeans. I do not fuck around about soybeans. Also with Boeing, medium rare OG is correct. China is trying to build their own commercial jets to displace Boeing and Airbus, i.e. COMAC. So they've had some significant gains in that field as well. So they've obviously built their own aerospace industry, and now they're also in the realm. China is also personally in the realm of creating commercial airliner fleets as well. So I think Boeing is desperately trying to stop that. But good luck. Good luck to all the businesses. But this was the interesting part. The Trump-Xi summit has downsized as expectations fall. The Trump-Xi meeting in Beijing is now expected to be a limited, low-impact summit focused on maintaining stability rather than major deals. Key topics include trade, Iran, fentanyl, but analysts say the U.S. has little leverage as Beijing is offering no clear agenda or concessions. Instead of a grand bargain, the talks are likely to yield only modest steps, like extending existing trade truces and maintaining limited sector cooperation. Experts say shifting geopolitical conditions have strengthened China's position, making meaningful breakthroughs unlikely. Well, there could be some meaningful breakthroughs, but for China. I suspected that China would offer some goodies, promises of investment, maybe even setting up a factory on U.S. soil in exchange for downsizing the weapons shipments to Taiwan in order to cool off the tensions in the Taiwanese Strait in exchange for, MOUs, memorandums of understanding, promises of investment on U.S. soil, and last but not least, perhaps most importantly, to cool down the tensions in the Strait of Hormuz. I said my analysis on this is a power play. This is humiliating for Trump. Actually shocked they wouldn't give a grab bag of MOUs and goodies for Trump to take home in exchange for ease in both strait relations. I'm of course referencing the Taiwanese Strait and also the Strait of Hormuz when I say ease of tensions in the two straits that are very important. China isn't going to trade anything for Taiwan. That would be admitting that Taiwan is for the U.S. to give in the first place. Buddy, they're adults, okay? As it stands currently, one of China's major goals is to change the language around American cooperative agreements with Taiwan, okay? That's number one. That's the number one thing for Xi Jinping. That's the number one thing for China. That's the number one goal of the PRC since Mao decided not to send the Navy to the island of Formosa and to completely eradicate the KMT and instead go and defend Korea from a bombing campaign that the Allied forces were engaging in, which amounted to a genocide. Ever since that moment, PRC has always wanted to make China whole again, right? The more leverage China has on the global stage, the more they can stop America's advancement and weapons contracts and potentially put the DPP in a weakened position, the Independence Party in a more weakened position. The DPP is basically a holdover for the CIA anyway. So, yeah, if the U.S. drops the security guarantee, it basically instantly makes peaceful transfer happen. Taiwan can't possibly defend itself alone. Taiwan can't even defend itself with America. Let's be real. That's not a real consideration at all. Taiwan is wholly, Taiwan, if China wanted to overtake Taiwan militarily, there's not a lot that America could possibly do. This is more so a Chinese initiative to make sure that peaceful reunification happens rather than any sort of military escalation. It's to avoid military escalation. Not only, I'm so fucking serious about this, by the way, because guess what? It's not just my assessment. This is the assessment of former American generals and former American intelligence community leaders. Okay? Max Boot, who is not exactly an anti-war guy, Max Boot, who very famously wrote the Case for American Empire. That Max Boot. You might recall I used to read some of his stuff back in the day on this broadcast. That Max Booth, okay, wrote or published a Washington Post interview where he talked at length about China surpassing the United States in a decent chunk of different military ambitions. And in this interview, Max Boot asks, and this comes after the Atlantic article from Robert Kagan, the godfather of neoconservatism, right? These guys are not peaceful doves at all. These guys have been formative in advancing the interests of American empire. They have actively cheerleaded through some of America's worst military conquests. Okay, yeah, I was supposed to get to this yesterday. 35-year CIA veteran says the Chinese have a very dark portrait of the United States as a global hegemon that is declining in power and becoming more violent as it tries to cling to its primacy. This is just what is going on, by the way. It's not a dark portrait. The Chinese are just looking at what America is posting, what America is showing the rest of the world, and basically analyzing it, and they're correct. Okay, they're right. They're just simply right. And this article is important because of who is being interviewed. Okay? Hold on. Let me find the paywall remover real quick, and then we can read it. And we'll go through it real quick. We'll go through bits and pieces of it real quick, rather. So, yeah, John Culver is one of the guys that he interviewed, one of the foremost authorities on the Chinese military, subject he began studying as a CIA analyst in 1985. From 2015 to 2018, he served as the National Intelligence Officer for East Asia. Since retiring from the CIA in 2020, he's been a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. In advance of the summit between President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping, Max Boot interviewed John Culver, about China's military capabilities and what lessons the People's Liberation Army, PLA, is drawing from the U.S. conflict with Iran. The conversation was edited and condensed. And I am going to give you some bits and pieces from it. Hold on. It's not letting me actually delete the paywall. Why not? What the hell? You guys have a non-paywalled version of this that I can use? Because I can't. Arnaud Bertrand did a high-level summary of the article if you don't want to read it. Okay, I can't read it. Fuck it. We'll do the Arnaud Bertrand summary. Arnaud says, if anything, Boot's interview is even more devastating than Kagan's piece. This is him talking about the Robert Kagan piece that we talked about, that I also summarized, where Robert Kagan basically said America has lost in Iran and they need to fucking figure out a new way of maintaining whatever power it can maintain as a global hegemon, perhaps in a multipolar world. Okay? And this comes after that. So Arnaud says, if anything, Boot's interview is even more devastating than Kagan's piece because it's not an editorial opinion. He's interviewing John Culver, a former top CIA analyst. He was National Intelligence Officer for East Asia and one of the world's foremost authorities on the Chinese military, which he's been studying since 1985. This isn't a pundit opining. This is someone who spent decades inside the intelligence community. 1. In the case of war with Taiwan, the U.S. will flee the theater. This is huge. Okay? One of the things that military analysts are looking at, even before America depleted its peer and near-peer adversary standoff munitions against Iran, which is not a near-peer adversary, but merely a regional power at best, right? It has capabilities of force projection beyond its borders, but they're not supposed to be a global center of power. And Iran is able to, by way of asymmetric warfare, get its wishes across the rest of the globe, or at least make the rest of the globe receive a penalty for America's ambitions. Okay, this is huge. This is massive because it showed everyone, as I told you since like week 2 of Operation Epic Fail, that this basically showed every other competent military leader around the world 2 things. 1, you could engage in asymmetric warfare and for pennies on the dollar, successfully hold positions as long as you have set up your entire defense production capabilities to withstand American bombing, aerial bombardments. If you have a competent enough anti-air denial system, anti-air defense system, then your munition stockpiles will, as long as they can survive, you can engage in a tit-for-tat battle with the largest superpower on the planet, right? That's huge. It's a big deal because warfare has changed dramatically in some respects, and it now has evened the playing field. Just as the rocket-propelled grenades were devastating for tanks, and then tank armor obviously had to improve, and then drone warfare once again redesigned the way that conflicts unfold and the way conflicts play out. Iran is showing the world that through the successful productive forces, asymmetric warfare, and tunneling your entire defense industry underground, you are capable of withstanding tremendous amounts of pain and punish the rest of the world as long as you're sitting on a 21-mile wide straight that 20% of the global energy supply transits through. But America has shown the world that it's incapable of defending its own fucking bases against Iran. So, I continue. This is undoubtedly the single most stunning revelation in the entire piece. Culver says that as far as he is aware, the Pentagon's plan in the case of war with Taiwan is to simply flee. This is the exact quote. I think some of the thinking in the Pentagon, and maybe it has evolved since I retired, is that when we think there's going to be a war, we need to get our high-value naval assets out of the theater. And then we would have to fight our way back in. From where, it's not clear. Guam is no bastion either. Now, why? South Korea is right there. So is Japan. So is Taiwan. The problem is, Iran has shown that even a middle power, even a regional power, is capable of dishing out tremendous punishment if they have the productive capabilities. And if there's one country that has infinitely more productive capabilities than fucking Iran, it's China. So if Iran can lob inexpensive Shahed drones and cut through American defenses in the Gulf, one of the most fortified American positions on the planet, as a direct consequence of 20 plus years of colonial domination in the region. This is the Middle East we're talking about. America's had its tentacles in the Middle East for 25 years. Okay, longer than 25 years, but certainly accelerated in the past 25 years. And if Iran, as a regional power, is capable of blowing up American military bases, blowing up radar installations, and even destroying the idea of Dubai, as they've been able to do so successfully by making it uninhabitable for Western capital, making it uninhabitable for expats, then what the fuck do you think China could do to South Korea, to Japan, and also to Taiwan? America knows that it does not have the defensive capabilities to even protect their own assets in that region, because that region is in striking distance. Okay? Any high-value assets would be sitting ducks in the entire arena. China can strike U.S. forces deployed to Japan, Australia, or even South Korea in a way that Iran really can't. And given that Iran has hit at least 228 targets across U.S. bases in the Middle East, forcing the U.S. to evacuate most of them, that's saying something. Also, U.S. aircraft carriers would need to operate within 1,000 miles of the fight to matter, which, given it's well within the range of Chinese missiles, they won't. As Culver bluntly puts it, there's really no safe spaces. Second point that's also important. China leads in most military domains, and it's not even close. Culver says it's hard not to be hyperbolic about China's military capabilities, and that at this stage, it's hard to point to an area other than submarines and undersea warfare and say that the United States still has an advantage. This is the one that pisses off everyone that I talk to in the realm of defense, okay? I know a lot of engineers, as you know, And whenever I bring this stuff up, some of them are like, no, you don't even understand, dude. They go into, some of these people are brilliant people, okay? And I'm not even talking about Marat. Some of these people are brilliant people. They've worked in some of these companies. Okay, they have their hands in this shit. Obviously, they won't reveal any information that's classified. But you ever start the stream to be normal or just cry about it? I don't even know what that means. What did you imply? What? Do you ever start stream to be normal or just cry about this shit? Brother, I'm a fucking political commentator. What are you talking about? I'm doing political commentary. I'm talking about America's force projection capabilities and how much is diminished around the globe in comparison to a peer adversary like China, as opposed to like a decade ago, and what the Taiwanese relationship with America looks like now. That's my job. This is such a funny thing. I mean, I'll take a brief moment here. I know people get really annoyed when I do this, but it's such a funny thing to complain about because this is literally like the same thing you could say to like Jake Tapper. You'd be like, oh, this guy fucking yapping about the news again. It's like, yeah, bitch, you tuned in to the channel. Do you fucking tune into the NFL and go, oh my God, dude, I can't believe they're playing football again. What the fuck, man? I hate this. Every fucking Monday night, every Sunday. Football, football, football. Why is there no Taylor Swift on the TV? Puts on suits for a week and you think you're a political commentator? Yeah. Yeah, all 13 plus years of doing this. I put on a suit once. Nobody cared about me until I put on the mask, Nobody cared about me until I put on the suit. But yeah, getting back into it. So China has a lot of advantages and made significant strides in technological innovation, and also has a very clear productive advantage, an advantage in the realm of production in comparison to the United States of America. In some critical areas, such as advanced munitions, which when it comes to war is pretty damn relevant, his assessment is that China leads by magnitudes. As a reminder, an order of magnitude means 10x or so. By assuming he knows that and meant what he said, magnitudes would mean at least 100 times more, meaning that U.S. capabilities would be less than 1% of those of China. At the same time, Culver also says that whichever side runs out of bullets first is going to lose. And I think we both know. Which side is going to run out of bullets first, right? If America is running out of bullets in Iran, America's running out of bullets in China way faster, okay? As a matter of fact, America is almost already out of bullets, and not a single bullet has been fired in the direction of China. Something to also pay attention to. The picture, if anything, is even more damning in shipbuilding capabilities. This is something that has been discussed quite a bit. He reminds us that a single shipyard in China, Jiangnan Shipyard on Chongqing Island near Shanghai, has more capacity than all U.S. shipyards combined. Put all these Chinese shipyards together, and China's broader naval shipbuilding capacity is 232 times larger than that of the United States. And this is from a leaked U.S. Navy briefing slide. Culver helpfully adds that China deploys enough ships every year to replicate the entire French Navy, which is, supposed to be the second most powerful in the world after the United States of America, or I guess if you don't factor China. Screen not shared? Yes, it doesn't matter. It's just fucking bits and pieces from an article that is being summarized on Twitter. So I'm just reading it. What do you want? Like, what changes if you actually see the article in front of your screens? Anyway, backseat production. So funny. Culver's assessment is the exact opposite. If your only window into, the number 3, despite this, a war in Taiwan is still highly unlikely. Okay? A war in Taiwan is still highly unlikely. In spite of all of this, or maybe because of all of this information. Obviously, if you're getting all your news from Western media, you think China is always trying to fucking militarily overtake Taiwan. This is the number one thing that people talk about. And I constantly say, I don't think that's the case. Obviously, there's no guarantees, but it doesn't feel to be the case at all. And people say, oh, dude, you're dick riding Xi Jinping. You're dick riding Xi Jinping. You want to eat the dick of the Communist Party of China, all this stuff. I'm just giving you what I think. I'm just giving you analysis. And this assessment, Arnaud and I guess Culver's assessment is entirely at odds with one another. China's increasing relative strength vis-a-vis the United States makes more less likely, not more. That's what Culver's assessment is. Culver explains Taiwan is a crisis Xi Jinping wants to avoid, not an opportunity he wants to seize. The stronger China gets, the less it needs to fight. Why launch a war when you can simply wait for the military to balance to become so lopsided that the U.S. quietly drops its security guarantees on its own? Culver himself foresees a future when Americans might start to say, maybe Taiwan is a war we don't want to get involved in. That would almost automatically mean peaceful reunification, which has always been China's primary objective. This doesn't mean China views the U.S. as harmless, however. Culver says Beijing sees America as a very militarily aggressive country that is declining in power and becoming more violent as a result, which he says is one further reason why war over Taiwan is not something that Xi Jinping is looking for. I think this assessment is correct. Okay? I think that assessment is correct. The Chinese assessment on America is correct. It's one that I also share. It's one that I also mention all the time, that America is a declining empire, and a declining empire does not die quietly. It flings violently. Sometimes a declining empire is smart enough to target smaller and smaller targets, where it can make its force projection capabilities be known. This is why Venezuela was under threat and America seized it. This is also part of the reason why I really worry about what America will do in Cuba. On the one hand, even the smart, limited military ambitions would still spell trouble for middle powers and smaller countries, developing nations that are within striking distance of the United States, especially when China very clearly has no ambitions of propping them up defensively or disrupting America's affairs in its own backyard. That's just the way big powers see these things. That's the way great powers see these things. I know it's really gross to think about Cuba or the entirety of Latin America as being in America's own backyard. It's colonial language, but it's just how great powers see the world, right? If Taiwan is China's backyard, then Latin America, and especially Cuba, is America's backyard. That's just the way they communicate on this stuff. There is no morality here. There is no investment in the sovereignty of peoples here. None whatsoever. Number 4, the last takeaway is that the game is up. Last but not least, perhaps the most revealing aspect of the interview is that Culver doesn't seem to see a way out. This is structural and irreversible. Once again, I also agree. I cannot believe I'm saying this. But I agree with the assessment of the CIA analyst. Asked by Boot whether the Trump administration's $1.5 trillion defense budget, assuming it's approved, would change the trend lines, which, as a reminder, would constitute a 50% increase in defense spending, his reply is that it would probably help to some extent, but I worry that we would be throwing good money after bad, not exactly brimming with optimism. Imagine a CIA guy being interviewed by a massive neocon, Max Boot, on the motherfucking Washington Post, and he's saying, we're done. Throw the fucking towel. We're out spending money unnecessarily. Like he's a fucking liberal blowhard. Okay? Like this is the assessment of anti-war libtards in perpetuity. This is what the anti-imperialists have been saying. We must chart a different path forward, one that revolves around peace and diplomacy, and not might is right politics or might makes right politics necessarily. And now you're hearing that from fucking neocons and CIA analysts whose entire job is to say America is the most domineering force. It's the hegemon. It gets to do whatever it wants to, and you can't see a damn thing about it. And we should give unlimited money to the defense industry. Now, there's two problems here with the unlimited contracts, and this is something that also was proven decisively, okay, unambiguously proven. Defense bloat cannot make up. Defense bloat is the primary factor in why American expenditures does not necessarily mean American military superiority, does not necessarily mean unlimited munitions. Defense bloat is the reason why a country that designs its defense industry for survival is going to have, by way of asymmetric warfare, a much better option, a much better position overall in a war of attrition, which is what all wars are. Ukraine has shown this against Russia. Ukraine showed this against Russia. Obviously, they got a shit ton of weapons from the Western world, but outside of that, they created an indigenous drone industry, and that changed the game of warfare. Bro, you are spitting some total nonsense. Okay, big guy. You tell me what you think. Hasan's still glazing China. I'm literally talking about Ukraine right now and Iran. This has nothing to do with China. Bro, what are you talking about, lol? Okay, we got 3 different backgrounds here. We got gray name, 1 month subscriber, 15-month subscriber. All of this comes across as very complicated for some reason. That's my first comment, though, was checking. Okay, you get a second off. All right. What are you talking about? You don't think Russia has indigenous use value centrally planned defense production? No, it does. It does. And so does the United States of America. Do you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Even if you have a robust defense industry like Russia does, with drone warfare, if your goal is survival, right? If your goal is survival, as Ukraine's goal is survival, they can put up a fairly strong defense against a much more powerful regional power. This is just to say regional powers have a harder time dominating their neighborhood than they ever did before because of drone warfare. All right. Hopefully that was asked and answered. Ukraine held out because of us? No, absolutely. Oh, Trey's still here still. She knows the PLA is not ready, bro. Why the fuck do you think they do nothing but edge? Again, an Amerifat cannot comprehend that other countries don't have the same ambitions or don't have the same methods of domination. Even if we were to agree, what's good? Even if we were in agreement that, like, this is what the goal is for China. China wants to be a hegemon. That's all China wants to do. Marches here. Okay? Okay, great. Obviously, oh yeah, I got it. It's over here. It's perfect. But I don't want to preview it on my OBS, no. Oh, I don't want to do that. Do it on your, wait, you have a laptop with you? You have an extra laptop with you? Okay, then you can do it on your extra laptop. Because that might accidentally fuck up the, yeah. Bro, in China, you would be in prison for speaking your mind. Good luck getting free speech in China. Do you want to live in a dictatorship because that's what China is, buddy? How do we not have an aura edit of me in China? You know, like that's what, buddy. Buddy. What are we talking about? Look at this.
Yeah, Hasan.
No. Oh, okay, cool.
I'm actually kidding. What a buzzkill.
You want uppies on it? Okay.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. That's me, next to my podcast co-host and best friends, in fucking Tiananmen Square, live broadcasting to the United States of America in real time from the Tiananmen Square flag raising ceremony. Stop saying you are not Chinese. It hurts my feelings, and it's also untrue, deeply untrue. In any case, similarly, when asked why the U.S. keeps investing in billions in aircraft carriers, even when Trump's class battleships, his answer, that is because the military services have a nostalgia for the things that meet their expectations for how you get promoted. In other words, wasted money. Okay? That's all this is. Capitalism has necessitated imperialism. Okay? Profit rates have a tendency to decline. You look for new markets to dominate, to extract natural resources from. You seek out new profit centers around the world. And the only way to maintain that profitability in these emerging markets, in these developing nations, is by dominating them militarily. This is why you need to engage in imperialism. This is why you build a robust industry of defense. However, capitalism is a self-defeating system. And that is precisely the reason why, at a certain point in the aftermath of World War II, when American defense capabilities turned around and no longer cared as much about survivability, no longer cared as much about having technological superiority, but instead cared about justifying its own existence, it became this massive behemoth. And that's the reason why we spend more money than 8 of our peer competitors combined. 8 of the next biggest militaries combined barely touches the American defense the American defense expenditure. However, Donald Trump wants to increase that to the tune of $1.5 trillion. And even then, the amount of money spent on the military doesn't actually make the military a more competent, more robust, more successful fighting force. Because these contracts that are given to the defense industry are not given to the defense industry so that it can actually destroy its adversaries. These contracts are given so that people make money, okay? That's it. That's it. The defense industry exists currently to justify its own existence. It doesn't exist to like actually defend the United States of America, okay? It's a system of middle managers trying to cut side deals and engage in cons all the way down. That's all this is. We know this as defense bloat, okay? And this was my suspicion for many, many years, but we no longer have to suspect that there is defense bloat. And it has made America a less successful country as far as enforcing its wishes upon near peer adversaries, but instead, even on regional powers, okay, third tier countries that we have been able to dominate economically, like Iran. Iran proved that it doesn't fucking matter if you spend trillions of dollars on your defense industry. March and you sleep in the same bed? Yeah. When we have sex, we do. Anyway. Same thing for the Pentagon's much-hyped hellscape drone strategy to defend Taiwan. Culver asked the obvious question. What drones are you talking about launching from where? He points out that they'd have to pre-deploy them, if not on Taiwan itself, then on Luzon or the Japanese Southwest Islands, all of which can be struck by the Chinese. He adds that this is the tyranny of time and distance when you look at the war in the Pacific. Okay? Trump will look at all of this and say, you guys are naysayers. These are not cynical, peace-loving doves. These are some of the most prominent war hawks that are looking at the board, that are looking at the numbers on the board, that are looking at America's capabilities, matching them against the Chinese capabilities, and saying, there is no way to math it out. There is no way to game theory your way out of this, okay? It's not happening. And this reality has been apparent for those with eyes to see. I've been talking about this nonstop. One of the best examples we can use, someone brought it up in the chat as well, is the difference between Shahed drones, which are $7,000 to $10,000 a pop to make, basically a fucking behemoth of a lawnmower with explosive ordnance attached to it, unbelievably successful in destroying billions of dollars worth of military equipment so far in the Gulf. America basically took a Shahed drone that was downed and retooled it. They took the exact same thing, they copied it 1-to-1, and they slapped a Made in America sticker on it, Made in the USA sticker on it. Our version of the Shahed drone is called Lucas. It's $50,000 a pop, which is unbelievably affordable for the American military industry, right? The MIC, the military industrial complex, $50,000 a drone is actually very, very cheap. You're joking? No, I'm not joking. They took the same damn thing, they put a Starlink on it, and they called it Lucas. That's exactly the same drone. It looks exactly the same. It works exactly the same. The only difference is it has a Starlink, like a little Starlink thing on top of it. $50,000. This is what I mean when I say defense bloat. This is what I mean when I say we are not competitive. The picture that emerges, Arnaud summarizes, from both Booth's Culver interview and Kagan's article is remarkably consistent. The U.S. is checkmate in the Middle East, would need to entirely flee the Pacific theater before a war even starts, cannot produce enough weapons, cannot keep its supposed allies safe, and has no strategy to reverse any of it, nor can one even be produced, given the structural nature of the gap. Even a 50% increase in defense spending, Culver says, would be throwing good money after bad. Two of America's most prominent hawks in two of the most established outlets, legacy papers, in a space of 48 hours, have essentially published the obituary of American military primacy. Arnaud says, yesterday I concluded my post by saying that even arsonists smell the smoke. Today I'll say the arsonists are now writing the fire report. New, the U.S. would struggle to find a protracted war with China due to a lack of long-range munitions, air defense systems, and unmanned air, undersea, and surface systems, finds CSIS Defense. Another one. These guys are not our allies, by the way. They're not our allies at all. These are people, these are demonic entities that have been a cancerous force, constantly advancing the interests of the military-industrial complex. They are literally funded by the military-industrial complex. Some of these articles that they're writing specifically to justify bigger and better equipment. That means more dollars, CSIS, more dollars coming to their donors, right? Their corporate donors. But this is still important analysis. This is why I said what I said at Yale, at the Yale Union speech. Whether we think American empire should end or not is immaterial to what is actually going on. No matter what that resolution was at Yale Union, which was, it favored my perspective, of course. American empire is ending. And we have an obligation to future generations and the rest of the world to ensure that we manage that end of American empire. Will it end violently as we lash out at any and every country we can? Or will we retreat from the world, lick our wounds, and focus on rebuilding this country with all of the wealth that we currently have? It's that simple.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way. A curse on future generations that we must avoid at all costs. Thank you.
I think, personally, my Oxford Union speech was somewhat prophetic about what I called out and what I said was going to happen if all these pro-Israel groups kept talking about how all Jews care about is Israel over and over again, and how damaging that would be to the safety and security of Jews in the Western world. That was 2 years ago. That's already unfolding. And this is the other one. Hopefully one day we'll look back at those speeches honestly and say, damn, how did this guy get it right? Maybe some people will ask, why didn't we see these warning signs? And then they'll recognize it's because he was also dealing with some of the dumbest fucking reactionaries on the internet and constantly finding himself in drama after drama, manufactured outrage. So we didn't pay attention to what the fuck he was saying because we got duped by some of the stupidest people on the internet into believing that this guy was deeply unserious, didn't have anything worth listening to. Now, of course, obviously, there are intelligent people who do recognize that some of the things I'm saying are worth listening to. Okay? Thank God that there are still literate people with functioning fucking brains. It's just that we now live in a society that increasingly pays less attention to people like that. Not myself. I'm saying like much more brilliant and genuinely well-read people, not just a silly dummy like myself, right? Now let's get back to Good Morning America's analysis on Donald Trump's arrival in China.
Iran's closest allies buying more Iranian oil than any other country. Trump expected to urge Xi to pressure Tehran to make a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. With the war now in its 11th week, this morning there are new questions about whether the White House is overstating the damage done to Iran's missile capabilities. The New York Times reporting Iran...
Don't act like you aren't deeply unserious. I can be, and I am, oftentimes. I mean, I literally put on a fucking doctor's frock and talk about Cussy and 9/11 in the Cars universe, okay? But then there are also moments where I'm giving you sincere and very serious analysis. You have critical thinking skills. You have the capacity to sift through the unserious parts and listen to the serious parts, right? The issue is not that. The issue is people oftentimes will say, nah, you're just like a fucking, you're just a baby. You're so insecure. We mustn't listen to what you have to say. Do you think the cars were as sad about 9/11 as the people? Yes, I think they were devastated. What? Clavicular will be live today at 5 p.m. EST with JD Vance and Jake Paul. CBS didn't get a visa for Tony Double Cirque in time for his visit, so instead of broadcasting from Beijing, they probably didn't give him the visa. That's a major L. Wait, CBS has no one on the ground in China? Oh, that has to be on purpose. There ain't no way, dog. There ain't no fucking way. Nope. That's got to be on purpose. Oh my God. Oh, that's so funny. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers are so in tune with what's going on. All the minutia, all the comings and goings. I guess they're also still broadcasting from China, just Chinese Taipei. While the rest of the TV news world is traveling with Trump to China, CBS Evening News is broadcasting from Taiwan after the network failed to secure a Chinese visa in time for anchor Tony DeCoppel. This is not even about Tony DeCoppel. This is about CBS. I'm willing to bet China didn't want to give China did not give a visa to CBS on purpose, like a press visa to CBS on purpose, because they were like, nope, that's like Israeli news. Fuck that. Very funny. CBS News anchor Tony DeCoppel will broadcast from Taipei this week after failing to obtain a visa for China in time, a stumble in the network's efforts to play a leading role in this week's dominant global story. American broadcasters are planning extensive coverage from the Chinese capital this week. 7/4 first reported Sunday that NBC News' Tom Lamas would be anchoring from Beijing, as well as ABC News' David Muir. CBS appears to have planned similar coverage and was forced to change course at the last minute. On the CBS Morning Planning Call Wednesday, they discussed plans for DeCoppel to broadcast from the Taiwanese capital. Bro, they even gave a fucking visa. They even allowed Marco Rubio to come under a different name. Okay? They even gave a visa to Marco Rubio, who's currently sanctioned by the Chinese government. They just changed his name up a little bit, and we're like, sure, you can still come. That's your speculation? Yeah, Wei Zhejiang is CBS News' senior White House correspondent. So she's on the ground, but not Tony DeCoppel. He wore his Maduro tracksuit to China. Yeah. Taipei Tony, dude. That's awesome. Are you missing the soundboard? I am. The person added that DeCoppel's presence in Taipei highlighted the importance of Taiwan, which is said to be a major topic at the summit. Cope. All right, let's get back into it.
Still has retained roughly 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile and has restored.
Tony about to demand a third circumcision, this time for Chinese citizenship, okay?
Operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites it maintains along the Strait of Hormuz, potentially threatening vessels transiting the waterway. On top of that, The Times reports Iran has regained access to roughly 90% of its underground missile storage and launch facilities nationwide, which are now reportedly partially or fully operational. The White House this morning pushing back, insisting Iran was crushed militarily, their ballistic missiles are destroyed, and that their production facilities are dismantled. The president calling it virtual treason to suggest Iran's military is doing well. As the stalemate with Iran drags on, the Pentagon now estimates that the cost of this war has risen to $29 billion, up $4 billion in just 2 weeks. And Americans at home are feeling the squeeze. Gas prices still up 50% since the start of the war. But the president rejecting the idea that the financial strain Americans are feeling will influence whether he makes a deal with Iran.
What extent are Americans' financial situation motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking.
Incredible. That is such an incredible fucking moment from Trump. Just another unbelievably honest moment, okay? Just, I don't give a fuck about the American working class, okay? What I care about is Iran not having a nuclear weapon, which is, for the record, bullshit, okay? And even if that was a sincere goal for the United States of America, there was one president who was able to achieve that without, using any sort of military incursion. Barack Obama did that with the JCPOA. But once again, whenever this dipshit says, "Oh, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon," just know that he's basically just saying, "I really love Israel." Okay, he's just saying this was Israel's major ambition, and we have to do it. We have to do it. That's daddy. Israel is my father.
About Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Now, over the next 2 days.
God, he looks so shitty. I was listening to his I was looking at video footage and listening to his speeches from his first China trip in 2017. And it's actually incredible how much he has diminished since then. Obviously, it's been a fucking decade almost, but it is crazy. The difference is night and day, okay? He is a rotting carcass.
Here, there will also be plenty of pomp and ceremony. President Trump also looking to make some new announcements about investments, hoping that China will make big purchases of U.S. soybeans and Boeing aircraft. The private sector also looking to announce some wins here. President Trump bringing along with him over a dozen American business leaders, including Apple's Tim Cook and Elon Musk. But again, with the war hanging over all of this, expectations are muted. Robin.
Yep, they are. Thank you for being there for us, Mary. Thank you.
Welcome, they cried, as President Trump landed in Beijing today with a phalanx of executives, including his old frenemy Elon Musk, who hoped the summit will help them make more money in China. Off he went in the Beast, the presidential limousine. Not quite such a dramatic drive as that of Daniel Craig, aka James Bond, who has swapped his Aston Martin for a BYD, a Chinese electric car. How times change. Chinese car factories, which unlike their US equivalents produce almost entirely electric vehicles, are increasingly automated. Although the US still produces more advanced computer chips, China is quickly incorporating AI into manufacture and everyday life. But President Trump still thinks tariffs are the way to rebalance trade.
Unfortunately, I don't.
I do think there's something very funny that, like, American military superiority came from our productive capabilities, okay? It came from our distance to the conflict in World War II, obviously, and the lack of damage that the American soil withstood in comparison to all the allies and certainly the adversaries. China also has tremendous proximity to most of the things that are taking place. America has tried to bring the war to the Chinese doorstep and has, failed to do so, given the gap that China now holds over America and the rest of the world as far as their productive forces goes. it's very funny to think that America still can roll the clock back to a time when you could engage in like tariffs wars after almost 100 years of American design on global trade. Of course, Xi Jinping wants to maintain that liberal world order, as opposed to the United States of America that has carried the torch of America was the architect of the New World Order, and it was the torchbearer of the New World Order. And it dominated for decades, if not almost a century, in this global design. Not a century, but almost a century. And yeah, it's unbelievably beneficial to China because they withstood tremendous struggles, tremendous hardships in the process, and were able to take advantage of the appetite of capital for profit seeking to basically design an incredible productive force, as Adam Tooze and many others call a developmentary dictatorship, not dissimilar to what the USSR had done in the past as well, to become this not only competitive global superpower, but perhaps the next global superpower. And America's only way of dealing with this new America's only way of dealing with this new adversary is by trying to roll the clock back to allow its vassal states to engage in siege warfare. Israel, of course, I'm referencing, and then on top of that, try to wage war via tariffs. This whole system is a complex web of self-interested capitalists. It's not going to fall apart like this if you are the torchbearer for international capital. That's what America's job is. It is to protect the interests of multinational corporations. It is to protect the global design. You can't just decide, I'm going to rip apart the board and roll the clock back to 1924, okay, to 1926. You can't do that. Because things were far too sweet for the last 100 years, especially after World War II, for the last, the last 5-6 decades. China exported more electric vehicles than gas cars for the first time last month. Also, domestic internal combustion engine car sales fell 34% year over year. Yeah.
I think Trump really grasps the full scale of what China's trying to do on technology. I think that there's still a fairly outdated view in Washington that China is the source of low-end manufacturing, of cheap goods. I think Trump will be making a mistake to assume that kind of China is the one that he's dealing with. It's a different country with a different global reach and a different relationship with the US and the rest of the world economy.
That's obvious from last year's military parade in Beijing. Gliding through a People's Liberation Army parade like a latter-day emperor. Not that it means he's on the brink of invading Taiwan. Ever the autocrat, he's recently fired dozens of generals, so that may have to wait. He was with his natural allies, autocrats like him.
Oh my God, autocrats. Look, they're not the free world. They're the enslaved, not us. Enslaved by the needs of capital, advancing only in the interests of parasitic international capital. Yeah, okay. Adjusted to their starting point, virtually all of these dudes on this screen, regardless of like the devious, outright repressive nature of their domestic affairs, have advanced the material conditions of their own labor force, of their own working class, with the only exception of Vladimir Putin's last like 4-year run, okay? Literally, those guys, if you adjust it to like the 90s, Democratic People's Republic of Korea in the 90s, going through unbelievable fucking famine, okay? And even Vladimir Putin, with the exception of, you know, waging war with Ukraine and completely eating away at all of the gains that he had made as far as improving the material conditions of, like, the Russian Federation, okay? They have had a positive trajectory in comparison, not in comparison to the Western world necessarily, but in comparison to what their starting point was. Okay? Dongjimahao. I know, I say it all the time. Like, you look at these countries, okay? You look at these fucking countries. You look at these countries. Even Russia, in comparison to the aftermath of the Cold War, the end of the Cold War, is in a better position overall than it was in the 90s. Now look at America's allies. Look at Europe. Look at Japan. Okay? They have not grown. Their productive forces have diminished in the process. People's relative material conditions have worsened in the process. And the only thing that obviously hides that damage is technological innovation and the exponential growth of technology. Okay? Sometimes the United States has directly sabotaged countries like Japan. In other instances, the sabotage is less direct, like with the European Union. So yeah, these guys are fucking autocrats. True. Okay? And they're unbelievably repressive. But what is the lesson that we're showing everyone around the world? That repressive autocracies could be better at advancing the material conditions of the broader base, with the exception, once again, it feels like you can't really do a one-to-one comparison with Russia because it's a petrostate. Yo, 100%. I also am acknowledging that Russia's last 4 years have eaten away at all of the gains that Russia had made since the 90s. So if Russia was like here in the 90s and then it got here, okay, in the 2010s, it's now down here. It's still better off than where it was in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, but there has been a significant diminishment of the quality of life for everyday Russian existence. And even yet, it's still in a better position overall because the bottom was achieved, okay? And as far as the Russian economy's growth, obviously it's a petrostate. So, it's a major energy provider in this world, and therefore it's not exactly a great comparison between Democratic People's Republic of Korea and China, regardless. So yeah, 20 plus articles since you visited. Jesus Christ, more corporate media. We have to find a better way to. At Jewish Democratic event, Jacob Fry says anti-Zionism can blur into anti-Semitism. Elected PA Jewish judge leaves Democratic Party citing disturbingly common anti-Semitism. Why am I mentioned in these articles? Once Jews defended themselves to survive, now this reflects defeat. Allgemeiner, Rahm Emanuel's called to treat Israel like every other ally gets history wrong. Newsmax, Representative Gottheimer to Newsmax, no room for anti-Semitism. State Supreme Court Justice leaves Democratic Party. American Thinker, the Democrat Party just hates Jews. Well, the American Thinker, doing a lot of thinking. Jewish News Syndicate, how to define an anti-Semite. Too many Dems noticeably shamefully silent about Jew hatred on the left, Gottheimer writes. Jewish Insider, race to replace Pelosi offers early test of whether progressive Jews welcomed on the left. Virginia gerrymandering decision brings out Dems inner insurrectionists. Nancy Pelosi breaks silence on San Francisco race to replace her, gushing over lefty Paul, who's trailing badly in polls. Washington Examiner, Virginia Democrats got what they deserved. Yeah, then what just happened to Mike Lawler? Rand Paul's Groyper son attacked him. Yeah, it's really funny. I heard that. Mike Lawler, too busy worrying about critics of Israel who aren't anti-Semitic to recognize the real anti-Semitism coming from his own party. What happened, Mike? What happened? Nick Field writes, the McMorrow campaign's current attack on El-Sayed began on March 26 when she hit him over Hasan Piker. Her support almost immediately stopped as she continued. It began to rapidly fall. El-Sayed, meanwhile, went from third to first. Just an objectively terrible strategy. McMorrow campaign's next move is going to be, why is Hasan Piker not a physician? Look at this. Look at this. Come at the king, you best not miss. Goddamn. We'll talk about the Mike Lawler attack in a second. But yeah, obviously, as I said yesterday, it was unbelievably stupid, the attack ads. And it also exposed this deep network of centrist Democrats called like Democratic Majority, I think, right? Or Elect Democrats. There's a bunch of different like groups. We're here for Dr. Abdul and streamer Dr. Jihad. Yeah. No, the next article is going to be like, Hasan Piker calls himself Dr. Jihad, but he has received no medical degrees. Why is he lying? And how does this contribute to the Dr. Abdul El-Sayed campaign? Should we even call Abdul El-Sayed a doctor? After all, he is Muslim. Should Muslims with MDs be called doctors? Find out more at 7. Oh my God, Mallory McMorrow gets 0%. In Detroit, that's crazy. Anyway. So yesterday, they put out this fucking hit piece. Yesterday, they put out this hit piece that called into question Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's medical credentials. Now, I can't think of a worse hit piece. Like, I think tying someone like myself as a dangerous radical and trying to terror jacket Abdul El-Sayed could potentially work in a general election. And therefore, you can actually, like, that could be somewhat consequential, right? Obviously, it wasn't. And it doesn't really matter. It was certainly not going to work in the primary regardless, right? But even then, even though that was a bad decision overall, there's at least a little bit more logic behind it, right? It's certainly not going to work in fucking Michigan, though. It's not like we're talking about Alabama, right? We're talking about goddamn Michigan. Now, this line of attack, however, that came, shouts out to Liz Smith, by way of Liz Smith's flax in Politico, that released this article in Politico, calling into question Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's credentials. I talked about it yesterday, is so bad. It is a far dumber way to attack Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Okay? And the reason why I say that is because now you put the man's background in the forefront of the conversation. To the average Michigander, What the fuck do you think they're going to think when you're like, we shouldn't call this guy who has an MD from University of Michigan, okay, and Columbia, and also is a Rhodes Scholar in the field of public health from Oxford, who has literally worked for the Detroit Health Department and has eradicated 300,000 Michiganders' medical debt. It's so insane to, in a last-ditch effort, to try to take one of your opponent's strongest points and remind everybody that you, as a politician, worked for a couple years designing logos for cars and then moved to Michigan and then constantly tweeted about how you fucking hate Michigan while you moved there, while simultaneously being like, you know who my opponent is? Clearly an unqualified liar. Why is he an unqualified liar? Oh, because he is one of the most credentialed people to run for fucking Senate. The first doctor, because that's what he is, and not just like a doctor of I don't know, the language of English or something. Like, he didn't just get a doctorate in economics, a medical doctor with an MD to run for the Democratic Party Senate in 76 years or so. Okay? Republicans have some doctors in office. Democrats don't. So it's really stupid for them. It is really, really stupid for them to draw attention to how unbelievably qualified Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is. Okay? And not only did they release this information, right? I said, Liz, you can't be this desperate. Here's a paragraph from this hit piece that talks about Abdul's credentials in public health. He eliminated the medical debt of 300K Michiganders. Okay? Like, this was such a fucking dud. But of course, all of our favorite ops on the timeline immediately started dunking on it. Okay? All of our favorite ops on the timeline started boosting this. Many of which are paid. Majority Democrats is the group that was reported on by Lever News that is one of these centrist think tanks, okay? Their job is to keep the center at the core of power within the Democratic Party, within the National Democratic Party. They work in tandem with the Searchlight Institute and numerous other think tanks, right? And Mallory McMorrow is obviously leaning in to support from these groups because she's trying to present herself not as someone with real conviction, but as someone who will say what she thinks is the right thing to win. In my opinion, that's business as usual politics. That's unbelievably untrustworthy. That's the type of politician that you know, once they get in office, if they get in office at all, is going to sell you, is going to sell you out. Okay? But yeah, remember, I already gave you Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's background, right? Unbelievably credentialed in the field of medicine, literally worked in public health, which is what his degrees were for, right? Bombshell from D. Lippman. Abdul El-Sayed is potentially a Democrat's frontrunner. Even if you can't practice medicine, you can always practice telling the truth. Every single one of these people is in some way, shape, or form related to Majority Dems, a think tank, okay? The graphic design community does not claim McMorrow. While Dr. El-Sayed was wiping out medical debt for over 300,000 people and getting every kid in Detroit glasses, McMorrow was working at Gawker and doing invaluable work of being second for a toll road design competition, really serving humanity. You can't possibly compare his resume to hers. I don't even care, by the way. I don't even care about Mallory McMorrow's background. But obviously, when you open up this new front of attack, people are going to, one, dig deeper into Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's background and find out that you're an insane person for even calling this into question. Okay? But then they're going to look at your background. You're going to look at your background and go, wait, what the fuck have you done? What the fuck have you done for the state of Michigan? What have you done for Michiganders? McMorrow received a Bachelor of Arts in Industrial Design from the University of Notre Dame in 2008. During her junior year at Notre Dame, she won a public design contest for the 2018 version of Mazda 3. She also finished second in a contest design the logo for the Indiana Toll Road. After graduation, McMorrow worked for design firms in New York and Los Angeles, as well as for Mattel, Gawker, before moving to Michigan. I think a really huge part of this is them not realizing how many normies have at least partially lived experience of being called anti-Semitic maliciously. So those people hear what you have to say and go, oh, I get what they're doing to Hasan now. Oh, no, that's for sure. That was the first thing. Mallory McMorrow has an undergraduate degree in industrial design and worked for 5 minutes at Mattel before becoming a lifelong politician. She's not even from Michigan and moved there from Southern California in order to run for office. She hates Michigan. Let's send her back, says Michael from Pennsylvania. But yeah, the majority Democrats have assembled a party within a party of PACs, wealthy donors and consultants pushing Democrats to the center and testing the limits of campaign finance law. And yes, they also work with Tallarico as well, which is very frustrating. I'll be honest. I think Liz Smith also works for Tallarico. I mean, she's a media demon. Okay? Liz Smith is a media demon. She has a lot of experience in the DC and especially the New York media circuit. Okay? So she could be an asset for some good candidates if she chose to be an asset. She will also sometimes get out of the way, even though Andrew Cuomo, someone who she previously worked for, was running against Zohran Mamdani. She was actually somewhat sympathetic to Zohran Mamdani, so Zohran Mamdani still received a barrage of hate ads and a barrage of unjustifiable hatred, not dissimilar to what Abdul's going through right now, but it wasn't directed by Liz Smith. Okay? Yeah, this is a recent AES fundraising pitch. Hi, my name is Dr. Abdul Sayed. I want to talk to you why I got into politics and why I'm here to stay. The rest of the ad, of course, is I trained as a physician and epidemiologist and have served as the director of the Department of Health and Human and Veteran Services in Michigan's biggest county. Now I'm running to represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate. You read that right. I left the job I love, put my family's life on hold, and launched this campaign because in the richest, most powerful country in the world, life shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to pay for groceries, see a doctor, or believe your kids will have just a bit better than you. You know what's really funny? What's next? Are they going to fucking hit him on Medicare for all? Or are they going to be like, Dr. Abdul Sayed doesn't care about Medicare for all? Because, like, this is a guy who I'm not entirely aligned with ideologically. Abdul Sayed is not a socialist. We've had a conversation about it on the stream where he was like, oh, it's actually corporate capitalism that's at fault, right? That's the failure. It's capitalism has gotten out of control. We got to, like, diminish its power or whatever, right? But why? Why do I still trust him? Why do I still ride for him? Even if we're not ideologically aligned on this issue. It's a very important one, as a matter of fact. It's like the underpinning ideology, ideological difference. Because I know that he will fight for Medicare for all no matter what. I believe him and I trust him because I know that he has moral conviction, okay? This is a guy who has literally spent virtually his entire adult life fighting for Medicare for all. He literally wrote a book about it. Okay? He wrote a whole book on the issue. So it's really funny that they're trying to, like, test his credentials here. And I suspect the next thing that they're going to do is just say, like, oh, he doesn't even want Medicare for all, in spite being backed by Bernie Sanders. The hooker in your bed is getting bored. It's March. It's Marchy poo. The best tweet that came out of the article was from the dude who released that recording that worked for the campaign, and he started talking about how the reason that he quit was because of Abdul's character. Yeah, no, that's a sex pestiny operative. Weirdly enough, I can't believe that, like, this psychopathic pedophilic sex cult has operatives that can, you know, embed themselves inside of campaigns like this. What is this? Writing a book is not equal to credibility. Sarah Longwell wrote a book on widening the Democratic tent. Good point. Except he also literally worked in Detroit as the executive of their public health services. What do you mean? Like, what is he supposed to do? He ran for governor on a Medicare for all ticket. He didn't win, and then he went back to public health. I agree with you about Abdul. Yeah, you're just on principle. You're saying books are irrelevant and we shouldn't read them. Yeah. It's just like very disingenuous. The way that the way that people are attacking him is unbelievably disingenuous. And I've spent my career fixing broken systems, rebuilding Detroit's health department, erasing $700 million in medical debt, and delivering for working folks. It's not just about fighting the bad guys. It's about building a government that works for us. You know what's funny? They're going to be like, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed actually eradicated medical debt for only 299,990 Michiganders. And yet, in his official campaign communiques, he maliciously and Islamically lies and says the number was 300,000. Who will put an end to the lies? The Islamic Sharia-style lies being advanced by the Islamic Sharia doctorate recipient, Dr. Abdul Rahman Al-Sayed. That's when you know the hit pieces have accelerated and advanced. When they start saying his full name, it's not Abdul, but Abdul Rahman. Yeah. Jeremiah Johnson had some words on this too. Again, literally one of the most credentialed, one of the most well-read people running for Senate right now on either side, obviously. Republicans are not exactly brilliant, but it doesn't matter, right? And this fucking dickhead, founder of CN Liberalism, one of the worst things Donald Trump ingrained into American policy is the idea that if your base likes you enough, you never have to back down or apologize for anything. Does it matter whether Abdul ever got his medical license or treated patients or had residency? In the context of a Senate run, not especially if we're being real, but it seems indisputable that he was deliberately deceptive by using titles like physician, playing up his doctor's credentials, talking about how he healed people, etc. And even if you want to say that's a gray area rather than a straight up lie, people used to be embarrassed by that kind of deception. It used to be normal for politicians to apologize for things. Scandals used to matter. Trump has taught everyone that you never need to apologize ever. Double down, triple down, caught lying or doing something immoral or shady. Mock the people criticizing you. Yeah, except he didn't do any of those things. You're inventing an alternative reality where he did those things with the hopes that, you know, he's doing it Islamically and therefore maybe some people will racistly agree with what I have to say. It's a last-ditch effort to try to undermine the candidacy of a guy who is unbelievably credentialed, not even against his immediate primary opponents, Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, and certainly against the general opponent, Mike Rogers, but also in comparison to the rest of the fucking people running for office right now. And these guys are trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, and it's going to fucking backfire spectacularly in their faces. Because, again, this is hitting him in an avenue where he is excelling, okay? It is the equivalent of being like, well, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed claims he can rep 3 plates on his bench press, but here's a video showing he could only do 3. 3 reps is not being able to rep. Okay, the distinction is very clear. What else is Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed lying about? How many reps can Mallory McMorrow do on the bench press? With what kind of weight? You know what I mean? Do you understand? I mean, it sounds like a silly argument that I'm proposing here, but like, it's that stupid. You're hitting him on one of his strongest areas in his background. Rally the base around you, attack rather than defend. You're actually proud of whatever they're mad at. Yeah, of course. He should be. He's a fucking doctor, man. Suck my dick. Ignoring the pablum here, politicians used to be more honest before Donald Trump is not a respectable thought for anyone over the age of 25 to hold. Oh man, Adam Johnson says, I wonder what lobbies, industries, and corporations funded that guy's think tank. Exactly. These guys have no motion, and it's actually shocking how bad they are at shit slinging. It's actually unbelievable how bad they are at shit slinging. Part of that is because there is no more like gatekeeping with the advent and now obviously major successes of independent media on the internet. It's a lot more difficult to get together and muster up the forces and just like ritualistically humiliate certain candidates that you don't like because they're, you know, anti-Israel. By the way, 35% off on 5+ gifted subs. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. And if you gift subs, it's 35% off right now before I continue. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, brought to you by the people, for the people. Thank you. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. God damn, the gifted subs are showering. Yeah, corporate media saw Abdul poll this morning, panicked, and then Politico sent Adam Wren, their 2020 Buttigieg reporter. Liz Smith was Buttigieg's lead consultant and is now McMorrow's, to put together this not-so-damning hit piece. And then, because they knew that there wasn't enough motion on the hit piece itself, and I've met Adam Wren. I think he's a fine person, you know? But you got to make money somehow, I guess. And you can be a hatchet guy for someone like Liz Smith. All right, swapping to the other camera here. What Kami says. Thank you for the 50 bones. Thank you, Kami. Thank you, what Kami says. Wait, this is not better. This is worse. What? Oh, true. Yeah. QE streams. Anyway, also here's some more support from blue sky liberals who are not actually on board with this shit at all. Turns out they are consistent in their wokeness. Okay? They don't like Graham Plattner, but they love Abdul El-Sayed. This was a question I actually posed the Podjons. When I talked to them, I was like, look, Graham Plattner has red flags. Abdul does not. So let's see if people are actually let's see if the Democratic base is truly looking for real fighters who will push for Medicare for all, who will question our loyalty to Israel, or if they're just enamored by Graham Plattner's Nazi tattoos and his machine gunner background. And it turns out Blue Sky hated Graham Plattner's, Nazi tattoo, but certainly they love Abdul El-Sayed. McMorrow's team put their hit piece on Blue Sky, and they're getting whooped belt to ass over there. He's an MD who decided to pursue a career in public health, where he is a well-cited academic professor and policymaker. You can report this to post to Blue Sky as a misleading or containing false information about an election. I encourage everyone to do, since they're literally lying. Done and done. Turns out it was a really fucking bad idea to post this. There's still time to delete it, Mal. I lived in Michigan for many years and have a ton of respect for McMorrow, but you are burning through that respect quickly with this. I've seen this so many times. McMorrow was seemingly an inoffensive Warrenite when she started this, okay? When she started this journey, she was seen as an inoffensive Warrenite. Is this better or worse? Wait, what the fuck? It's not. I'm trying to manage the camera. No, it's automatic. You got to do it from the iPad. Yeah. Can you do it from the iPad? You just close it. Yeah. All right, this will be better. Too much light, I know. We're fixing it. Boom. Okay. Too much exposure? I know. Calm down. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Right? This is good, right? Or is it worse? I can't tell if it's better with the light on or off. Are you in a forest? I am. Yes, I'm going to be linking up with Gabor Maté soon, in a little bit. Where were we? Let's continue. It's worse. Boom. This is good. How is Kanakistan? Incredible. I love it. It's fantastic. I feel spiritually Canadian every time I'm here. I always feel spiritually Canadian because of my advocacy for Medicare for All. But I feel especially spiritually Canadian when I'm here, when I get to visit. So, yeah, people are not fond of what Mallory McMorrow's team had to say about Dr. Abdullah Sayed. He's literally an MD, PhD, Rhodes Scholar Law. Mallory, you're underwater by 77 points among young voters. Maybe focus on that. No, she shouldn't focus on that. She should read the writing on the wall. She should stay in to split Stevens voters. Oh my God. You're out of focus, my guy. It doesn't matter. This is an automatic camera. There's nothing I can do about it, okay? Yeah. And one of the funniest things that happened in this process is that there was one of those guys who will love to be noticed by me once again. But there was one dude who was like fucking crying apparently because I laughed when I saw a photo of them. They were shitting on Abdullah Sayed. Turns out that person has tweeted about me 1,500 times in the year 2020, okay? You can't claim to be a former fan who gave all of their last remaining dollars when you were all but a child, who is now a fallen fan. If you've tweeted about me and smeared me and also Abdullah Sayed, but smeared me specifically 1,500 times after you became a Destiny fan, you really, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be very sincere. There are some of you that, you know, are in here right now because you are a part of this sex cult, okay? You still have time to get out of it. I say this all the time. Okay? I say this all the time. I promise you, you will be healthier if you do. Yeah. Honestly, Hassan should have been a lot meaner to a racist sack of shit like yourself. Hey, Abdullah Sayed, since you're a doctor and all, just curious, where did you do your residency? Yeah, back in high school, the only money I had came from Christmas and birthday presents. I used it to send money to a man I honestly thought would have a good impact on the world. Now that same man is mocking me and my peers leader years later. What a world we live in, huh? Okay. He gave me $35. Okay, $35 to create this sob story. He's tweeted about me in 2026 alone 1,500 times. Okay, 1,500 times. Saying heinous shit about me, okay? Literally, all he does is fucking tweet about me and tweet about the left flank candidates. Of course I'm gonna laugh, dude. Your worldview is horrifying. It's bad. If you want to fucking defeat fascists, you probably should lock in on tweeting 1,500 times about fascist enablers and not someone like myself, okay? It's so unbelievably clear that for a lot of these people, they develop parasocial relationships with certain content creators. Maybe it's myself at some point. And then they fall out of favor because I either yelled at them or banned them or said something that was like deeply personal to them and they were at odds with the way I see the world and they didn't know how to fucking figure that out. They didn't know that you can just like have disagreements with people on core issues, right? And still have a deeper understanding that we're fighting the same fight. We're fighting against fascism, right? And and when that happens, a lot of people a lot of people, I think, lose their fucking minds, dude. By the way, I'm a rare case. There's no every fucking time. I escaped the cult of Hasan. It was hard, but I did it. And Stephen Bonnell helped me get out of it. Now I actually think for myself and defend my political positions. Brother, you are literally talking about a guy who platformed white nationalists and white supremacists over and over again, who was in a current court case for revenge pornography that he distributed to an underage person, who that very same court case openly showed he was trying to procure CSAM from. I don't know what to tell you. You should probably be a little bit more embarrassed about admitting that this is your guy. I mean, his son is a fucking Nazi. He can't even convert his son out of being a groiper. Are we ready to go? Yeah. All right. We are now going to head over. We are now going to head over to the Web Summit, okay? Where I will be talking to esteemed scholar Gabor Maté. Very excited for the opportunity. We're going to be talking about loneliness in the end of empire. And I will... You think so? Okay. All right. Well, fuck it. We'll do that. Yeah, sure. Where's the Web Summit? Okay. I'll just... Web Summit, YouTube, live right now. Okay. We're gonna be playing this as a backup, as a fail-safe, because we already have the Web Summit, but we're gonna swap over to the Web Summit direct feed when it's actually time for me to speak. Okay, chatters? We'll see you on the other side.
Mike?
Okay, swapping over the first ninja.
Okay. It's just you and me, Chad. I know it's dark. I know you're scared. I know. Hello, chat box. I guess that's also true, yeah. Is what happens. He yells at me while he's pissing. There's no privacy here. There's no separation, okay? He pisses next to me, shits next to me, yells at me, yells commands to me from the fucking toilet, like it's... Also, yes, I know it's dark. It's because it's dark in this room, the lights are off. Okay, I guess I could crank it if you want me to crank it. Did Hasan tell you guys I lost my luggage? Haven't been able to shower. Looking chopped. But we're here. In Vancouver. Hi, Chatbox. Oh, man. I have that one guy on Instagram stuck on my head. Like one guy's Instagram reel stuck in my head. Have you guys seen him where he just like, he goes up to like cops or like uniformed agents and he's like, oh man, I wish somebody would want to date me. I'm just too ugly. Oh. Yeah.
Bro, this website is not showing dick. Why not? Why isn't it showing anything?
I know, I'm kind of suspect about that too.
Was it showing that on your...
Yeah, it's the same thing. That's the feed.
What if that's what it's... Okay, we should have a failsafe on our end.
Which is just me recording it.
Yeah, just you recording.
Yeah, I know, that is the ultimate failsafe.
Okay.
The epic ass music in the background.
Yeah, go ahead, girl. Give us nothing is what the Web Summit is doing right now.
How you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I'm a little worried about the conversation because Gabor Maté is a well-respected scholar.
Yep.
And I am a dickhead Twitch streamer.
Mm-hmm. Real.
So I always feel like I'm, you know, I'm not worthy to be around these people, let alone have a conversation with them about complex issues.
Think you're gonna do great?
Initially, or anything.
I'm not.
I also initially thought that we were going to talk exclusively about like.
Basically.
Why does it say first and just? Oh, it's online again. Okay. Boom.
Let's get into our Uber to take us there.
Yeah. Vroom. Uber for Hasan Piker? Yes, that's for me. Yes, that's for me. Damn, this Uber is going crazy.
This guy's driving like a maniac.
What is happening? How many gears does he have? What the fuck?
Yeah, right here is good, thanks.
Okay.
Good? How are you doing?
What's going on? Nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Hi, Mark.
Jeff.
Nice to meet you, Jeff.
Get these for you. So
thank you.
We've got a wristband as well, so just unclip and then put it around your wrist.
Okay.
Oh, I got it. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hell yeah, let's do it.
Perfect. We're gonna be watching the whole time. Okay, just so you guys know. No worries. So I don't know if is there any limitations on like the you know the green room or like the back? Because in Qatar there was an area where like people.
So backstage in back of the speaker lounge, there's no recording. Backstage is the center stage and everywhere.
Hello.
Just out of
Thank you.
just out of a courtesy of not showing employees' faces, I'm doing chest cam chat. Please hold.
Yeah. We're gonna be filming. First, I'm gonna do a press conference. So, we're at Web Summit in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, on stolen land. I'm not exactly sure which Indigenous First Nations the Canadians stole this land from, but we're doing a land acknowledgement, of course. And we are going to be doing a press conference in approximately 15 minutes. Usually the way it works, this is what I did in Doha as well. I do a press conference beforehand. There's a bunch of press, bunch of media there. They ask questions. And then afterwards, we go on stage. I don't know if it's the main stage or not, but we go on stage and we have a conversation. I'm gonna be talking to Gabor Maté. Damn, you can show that. Is that where we're at? We're gonna be at center stage. Wow, what a draw. Have people complained about my...
There were a few remarks online. Yeah, we got a few.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Having such dangerous figures such as myself. Dude, it's really crazy because I feel like given the ideological diversity of a lot of the people that attend this event, I would say I'm not even in the top. Hey, what's up? Nice to meet you.
It's for you.
Oh, thank you. Whoa. Look at that. What's up?
Can I take a quick picture?
Sure. I'm one of the, I would say, least offensive. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
To really think about something critically and make the right decision for your business.
Always an interesting crowd at the Web Summits.
Mm-hmm.
At least from what I've seen.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Mary.
Hasan. Nice to meet you. Okay, that's fine. Everyone's Irish. Everyone.
That's true. Whoa.
I don't know how to open this. It's too complex for me. For my dumb brain. For my dumb ogre brain. Oh, boom. Think I got it? Nope, never mind. Oh, I got it. What is happening? 13 notifications, 14, 15 notifications.
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ.
Who's blowing you up?
Oh, God, I don't even want to say. I'm clearing it.
It's Austin Show.
It's not. It's Politicos. Not Politico that... Wait, where is it? In here?
So we're just trying to find maybe a place for you to streaming from.
I can...
Yeah, this one is free actually.
Let's do
I'm
it.
chill. I don't even... I'll sit in the corner.
Yeah, we'll go up against the wall if we need to.
Yeah, we don't care.
We have a space behind there, but still.
Great.
Video diagram.
Oh, yeah. See what we got. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that.
That's cool. Not. This is...
It's got everything you
They
need.
put us in the cut corner.
This place has everything we need.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, we're here in Vancouver, British Columbia at the Web Summit. I'm going to be talking to Gabor Maté in a little bit. And many of you have probably seen Gabor Maté's work. Some of you might know, like my mom, about his books. My mom read one of his books about trauma. I need to figure out what all of his books are right now so I can say it on stage.
Mm-hmm.
But this is supposed to be a conversation. It's not moderated. It's just like me and him. And
Oh, the stream is showing something there. So that was just like an in-between.
yeah, okay. It's good to know. Yeah, there's probably when they were like going in between speakers.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we're going to have a very short 30-minute conversation, I believe. Just like we did last time in Doha.
40 minutes.
40-minute conversation. Ooh, it's longer.
Yeah.
40-minute conversation. Hold on. Yeah. Gabor Maté, aged 82 years, born in Nazi-occupied Hungary on January 6, 1944. Gabor Maté is a...
Upside down. Oh, the pin's upside. Sorry, they're really being their pin's upside down.
Oh. Gabor Maté is a Canadian physician and author who specializes in childhood development and trauma. He's a leading figure in the field of addiction, known for his compassionate approach and work with inner-city drug users in Vancouver. Maté's work challenges conventional medical and psychological narratives, arguing that many conditions treated with pharmaceuticals are rooted in unresolved trauma. Okay? And his last book that came out in 2021 that took almost a decade to write is called The Myth of Normal: Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture. I will be talking to Dr. Gabor Maté about trauma and loneliness at the end of empire. We'll of course talk about the shared struggles of the international working class, systems of fascist oppression, ranging from Nazi Germany to what the Zionist occupation is doing to Palestinians in Gaza, and overall loneliness that people feel and what kind of trauma that contributes to. Wait, is it upside down?
Yeah, it was. I think it's supposed to be up like that.
But isn't that supposed... What is this thing? Is it Star Trek?
It looks like that. I don't know. You tell me. You're the...
Chatters, what is it? I don't know what this is.
It is Star... Wow, you were right. It is Star Trek. I thought they were about to clown on you super hard, but you were right.
Why are you shocked by my brilliance?
It's Star Trek. Canonically communist?
Yeah, like 100%. It's actually like Star Trek is known as probably one of the most like popular works that's like openly communist. The Federation is like a statesless, moneyless, classless, utopian society.
I never saw it.
Yeah, I didn't either. I just know from, just know from knowing things, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's a socialist utopia. Star Trek is gay space communism. Star Trek, not Star Wars. Yeah. No concept of money light years beyond our brains. Dude, I have a bunch of notes that I wrote down. And I'm worried that I'm going to forget all of it. Hopefully I don't forget all of my notes. Okay, I'm forgetting all of my notes already. God damn it. Chat, give me some quick questions. What would you ask Gabor Maté?
Yeah, that's totally going to yield great results.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not going to work, is it? Okay, I'm freaking out a little bit. Title of our speech is Loneliness at the End of Empire. In this conversation, Dr. Gabor Maté and Hasan Piker explore loneliness as a defining feature of life in the waning phase of Western hegemony, tracing how trauma, disconnection, and feelings of unfulfillment can be systemic and not just personal. They discuss how a period marked by inequality, media saturation, and political fragmentation create a sense of decline, which calls for new forms of connection and solidarity. Dr. Gabor Maté's latest book is titled The Myth of Normal, Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture. Okay? I'm going to ask him about atomization, how much it accelerated after COVID, obviously. I'm going to first start by saying, Dr. Gabor Maté, how do you define trauma? What is trauma? I know this is a cliche, and you've probably answered this a million times over, but Dr. Gabor Maté, how do you define trauma? In your view, Dr. Gabor Maté, how has trauma worsened overall in modernity? I do also want to talk to him about toxic spaces on the internet, because obviously, as a content creator, I have a community on the internet, a community that grew in COVID times and troublesome times when a lot of young people had nothing else to do and they were stuck indoors and they were looking for a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging. And I tried to do my very best to ensure that there was a productive community. But as we all know, in the age of toxicity on the internet, there's a lot of vulgar and reactionary communities that form on the internet. How do you feel this accelerates the atomization? And how does this contribute to the systems that divide us rather than unite us? Is that a good question, chat? Am I cooking? I don't know. Why the frick is my internet not freaking working?
My phone for chat. They're saying, yep, fire writing.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him. You can also ask how trauma manifests in individuals versus groups versus society, tied to the rise of stochastic terror. For sure. Why do you think young men are more prone to fall into the far-right pipeline? That's a good one, too. No, asking what the best kind of cheese is? Yeah, that's good. You know? An unbelievably important scholar in the field of psychology, and you're like, what's your favorite cheese? What if he says he's lactose intolerant, chat? You ever think about that? This rise in atomization in our increasingly polarizing political environment.
Get in No.
Environment. Okay, dude. Environment. Increase in stochastic. That's a good one. Banger. I also want to talk about, like, you know.
Is it BM to pull your phone out during?
I don't know.
To look at notes?
I don't know.
Well, it's a website. It's a tech summit. All these people have. They got Claude open.
Yeah, as opposed to other summits. As opposed to other summits where
no
it's
phones
not
allowed. There's
yeah, it's not it's frowned upon to pull out your phone in a summit that has nothing to do with phones.
Exactly. I agree.
Chatter, instead of fucking writing about what questions I should ask, is basically saying trauma is very dynamic and complex. It could be caused by a lot of different experiences and circumstances. It made a negative impact on our brains, affecting our nervous system. Just guessing now. It's not about what the most obvious or serious. Okay, dude.
That is Gabor Maté in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gabor, in the chat. This is an interesting question. Psychology is a liberal, individualizing discipline as opposed to sociology, which is more left-wing because it's concerned with structural issues rather than individuals. Good sociology, at least. I mean, that's. I don't think he's gonna like that question, but it could be interesting. Like, okay, yeah, great. Now that you know that chatter, but we're talking to the person who literally wrote the book on loneliness and addiction. Yeah. I will be asking him about how we heal. And is there an opportunity to heal? I will also ask him about normalcy, because he talks about, like, normal not being a concept at all. And being somewhat of a damaging perspective, which cuts directly against my number one advocacy, which is just be normal.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't know if we can touch on that. He's going to debate me and destroy me in the marketplace of ideas if I hit him with that. Or what if I were to debate him and destroy him? I'm trying to open the secret pocket for discarded Zin dispersal.
Just put it in there. I'm kidding.
It's good for the planet.
Joking. Wokers, it's a joke.
This chat has never been normal.
Legalized comedy.
I am genuinely worried about. Him potentially psychoanalyzing me on that stage and cooking my ass, because I've seen him do that to people before. He did it to Hassan Minaj as well.
He's gonna look at you and be like,
no, he's
I don't
just
have
gonna
enough time.
He's gonna look at me and be like, here are all of the unresolved childhood traumas that you have. I'm gonna leak them in broad daylight.
Low-key, I would love that.
See, that's what I mean.
It would validate probably a lot of my experience with you.
Yeah, like what?
Nothing. Just nothing.
Wow. He's too scared to even say it. He's too scared because I beat him.
Oh, just hold the camera, man.
Yeah, keep holding the camera, bitch. I think we have some meetings after as well, but I don't even know if they know that we're going to be live through them. So.
Do you? I didn't see anything about that, but.
There's a 250 with the, I think, with the
before.
CEO.
That's before.
Oh.
You speak at 3:20 or some shit.
Okay. You can run around with the camera.
What? Oh, what?
Because that's going to be in the speaker lounge, I think. I might have to go in the background.
You gonna go to the back rooms?
Yeah. The back rooms.
Surely that can be streamed, no? Don't leave me alone with them. I
Oh,
mean,
are you scared?
I am going to go talk to AI startup bros.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go learn about AI. I'm gonna AI pill our chat. Notice how I said our chat.
I wonder if this press run will be interesting. There's got to be some right-wing outlets there that are going to be like, how do you feel about your presence being unbelievably scary to the Jewish community of Vancouver or some shit? Some prominent people have pulled out of their appearances as a direct consequence of your appearance. How do you feel like your individual physical presence contributes to anti-Semitism everywhere you go as a scary Muslim man?
I'm gonna crack it.
My internet is so ass in here. You'd assume at a tech conference. Anyway. Wait, what was I looking at before? Oh, I was going to talk about Mike Lawler. Who got the link? Give me that Mike Lawler link. Because we're not done yet. We're going to talk about Mike Lawler. So, as you guys know, Mike Lawler is a Republican congressman from New York. Okay, he's in a purplish district that is going to be flipped, hopefully, in the hands of Effie Phillips Daly, if we are capable of advancing her through the Democratic Party's primaries. Okay, and Mike Lawler has, of course, complained about anti-Semitism growing on the left. He's directly attacked me as an arch anti-Semite alongside New Jersey Democratic Congressperson Josh Budheimer. Okay? However, it turns out Mike Lawler has been on the receiving end of what might be an anti-Semitic line of attack, even though he himself is not Jewish. Reese Gorman reports. Reese Gorman, not us reporter, notice reporter, says, new Senator Rand Paul's son drunkenly accosted and hurled anti-Semitic insults at Representative Mike Lawler at a Capitol Hill bar on Tuesday night. His son told Lawler that if Rep. Thomas Massie loses, it's going to be because of your people. My people, Lawler asked Paul. Yeah, you Jews, Paul responded. Do you think I'm Jewish? Lawler asked. I'm not. Oh, wow, I'm so sorry for calling you a Jew, Paul said. He then said that Jews were anti-American and how Lawler and his Jewish supporters served Israel more than America. I, of course, knew that Mike Lawler was not Jewish, but it is very funny that someone was like, oh, you love Israel so much, you must be Jewish, and then apologized. Oh, I'm sorry for thinking you were Jewish. What an insane world we live in. That's Mike Lawler's party. That's the kind of shit that's going on the right. Meanwhile, Mike Lawler is attacking me. Okay? There's only one group in even the yeah, we're going to go in the bipartisan condemnation efforts shepherded by Mike Lawler and Josh Budheimer. There's only one group of people that were actually anti-Semitic, and that wasn't the left. That was the right. Whoa. We're going to put this jacket. This is a real question.
I can take it if you want.
No worries. Hi.
The right.
Yo.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's good? How you doing?
All right, you already know. Go.
We're about to do a press.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing,
conference.
bro. I just did it. Go ahead, man.
Hell yeah.
Hasan, so nice
Hello.
to see you again. We met in Qatar.
Nice to see you again. Okay.
Press conference.
Press conference with streamer and creator Hasan Piker is starting now. Hasan will deliver his opening remarks and then we'll open the floor for questions.
Okay.
Now where should I stand? Go ahead.
Wait.
You think he'll do a tight five? He's gonna do a tight five.
Hello. It's a real honor to be in front of you today in Vancouver, in a not so sunny day. I did not realize that I was supposed to deliver some remarks at the beginning of this before taking some questions from everyone, even though I did do this in Doha as well, and I think I delivered some remarks then. Very excited to be here in spite of the many complaints coming from numerous groups, numerous advocacy groups. I am honored to sit on a stage alongside Gabor Maté, esteemed author, very important scholar, academic, and advocate as well. Initially, I thought our conversation was going to revolve entirely around Israel-Palestine, but it turns out, I found out later that it's actually about loneliness at the end of empire, which again, I think, in many respects, will probably revolve around not only Israel-Palestine, but American imperialism and the atomization that American capitalism or global capitalism has caused, especially in the Western world. And hopefully we'll be able to arrive at some productive answers on how to solve that problem. Not entirely certain how we'll do it, but I do know that this issue in and of itself is perhaps one of the most consequential problems facing especially young men nowadays. This is a field that I'm intimately familiar with. I was once a young man. I was once a young man myself. Now I'm 34. And of course, in the sector that I'm in the industry that I'm in, I know some people are throwing up their hands, but in the industry that I'm in, when you're 34, you're Unc. And that means uncle for the people in the room. And by the time you get to 35, you get to OG status when you're grand-unc, basically. You're dead. You're 1 foot in the grave. However, there is a real crisis that young men are facing nowadays. Young people in general are facing similar crises, but young men in particular have lashed out in, dare I say, a violent manner to the excesses and to all of the struggles born about the current economic organization of society that we exist under. There's a real environment of hopelessness. There is a real trajectory in the Western world that I would say is downward, and many people are seeing it. Many people are recognizing these contradictions, and instead of trying to find more meaningful and more productive ways of organizing, unfortunately, they're doing what young men have historically done, which is to violently lash out at whoever they possibly can, oftentimes in their immediate vicinity, and then sometimes it manifests itself in attempted assassinations of the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. So I want to put an end to decentralized violence. I want to put an end to all violence, and hopefully we can find some kind of productive solution. Maybe not today, but hopefully in the future. So thank you. I will now take questions.
Any questions? Please state your name and affiliation before you pose your question. Thank you.
Hi, Tom Smillian from The Observer. I really enjoy your broadcasts and stuff, and I'm quite a bit older than you are, definitely grand-unc, and probably Gen X. And one thing that I feel often when I listen to shows of your generation is that, you know, the alienation and the disillusionment and all that, it seems like it's, and I agree that it's the young people definitely have a lot less stake in today's society, but the disillusionment is across generations. So I just wonder what you would say about, what is your perception of other generations, and do you see that disillusionment, and do you connect with those other generations, and are you working with them, I guess? Because I sometimes feel alienated when I hear not just your podcast, but others, and I just think, hey, you know, like, I agree 100%, and I'm behind you, and I support you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I probably had a more reactionary opinion on generational politics than what is usually discussed in the Marxist tradition for a very long time, growing up as a young man at some point in America, where I also felt vindictive about boomers, right? Not even your generation, but basically anyone over the age of 35 at the time. And I always thought, you know, boomers, all they did was take. They had a society that was designed for them, and one where they refused to give back to the upcoming generation. I now realize, especially traveling all around the country, going to No Kings protests and rallies all around, that boomers are actually at the forefront of this movement against Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a mere expression, I think, of the growth of illiberalism as a reaction to capitalism and the inequality that it has created. But there are a lot of people who are over the age of 65 even who see the problems that I see and actually want to go out and do something about it. Although, just like my generation, they also feel a little rudderless, because there's no organizational capacity that can take this frustration, this angst, this animosity towards the systems that bind us and organize against it to achieve successful results. So the very same thing that I try to do for young men and young people in general, the very same solutions that I have for them, which is to go out, touch grass, organize, join some kind of community organizing, organize in your workplace. That same suggestion exists for people who are older as well, those who are in Gen X and maybe even boomers. So that's my solution, and I think that it is a shared struggle, it's a united one, and it's not a real generational gap, even though I think if we do look at it, obviously the moneyed class, if you were to break it by generations, would still be the current retiring class that owns most of the assets in America and much of the Western world as well. But they have younger relatives. One of the examples I would use is the race of Ana Lilia Mejia in New Jersey. Ana Lilia was a labor organizer. She came from this unique background for her district. There was another Democrat, an establishment Democrat, Tom Malinowski, who was slated to win. Obviously, AIPAC came into the race because Tom Malinowski had dared to question unconditional support to Israel, and they dumped a lot of money into that race and actually called into question Tom Malinowski's record on ICE. He had in the past funded ICE, and the voters actually found Tom insufficient. So they dug deep and they searched for an alternative, and they found Ana Lilia Mejia, who was in favor of the abolition of ICE. Now this is an older district. We're talking about the Democratic Party's primaries in a special election. The highest turnout in special elections in the primaries of the Democratic Party are always going to be older, they're going to be wealthier, they're going to be better educated, and more often than not, they're going to be more conservative than the younger demographic that often doesn't even participate or even know that there are special elections taking place, let alone a primary. And yet, they were in favor of the candidate that was invested in the abolition of ICE. This to me shows, or at least the conversations that I have with my friends from this district, even amongst older populations, is that, well, they have children that are experiencing this crisis. And they also feel a little hopeless about the future of America, and they want to fix it, and now they're willing to take what they previously would have assumed is a risk with a bolder candidate, the Bernie-crats. And you see the rise, this resurgence, or at least the insurgence
of the insurgency campaigns of Bernie-crats all around. Graham Plattner in Maine is a great example of this as well. Maine is a very old, state, very white state. And the Democratic Party voters in the state of Maine, more often than not, vote for establishment candidates. And they chose Graham Plattner, a person with no political background, machine gunner, oyster farmer, if that's the proper term for it, lobsterman, as he likes to call himself, over the governor of the state, Janet Mills. And I saw these town halls that Graham Plattner was putting on in towns that were 500 people, and there would be 1,000 people at those town halls, packed arenas, packed rooms, auditoriums, with people that were over the age of 65, very visibly an older crowd, very white crowd, an affluent crowd, that was also demanding this exact same change. So I think the time for serious seismic shifts in American politics, especially in the Democratic Party, is now. And that is only because not only young people feeling a sense of hopelessness and demanding some sort of change, that's usually an ever-present fixture in politics, but it's also the older people as well. So I think we're there. Hopefully that was a good answer for your question.
Hi, so Jordan from Market Link. So, in my opinion, I think it's fair to say that the vast majority of us live in echo chambers. Without the backing of traditional media or the budget that traditional media has, what is the strategy to amplify your message?
I don't know. I was very reluctant at first when I was growing my community and growing my audience to even do mainstream media hits. There would still be people who were invested in like niche spaces that were growing on the internet when I had, a couple thousand people watching me. And I usually shied away from talking to a much larger platform because I felt like it would invite tremendous scrutiny given my political position. Nowadays, it's virtually impossible for me to have that mentality. Everything I say, apparently Fox News literally has people that watch my stream throughout the entire day to clip certain things out, and they work in unison with the RNC, where they materialize clips and try to generate controversy off of things that I'm saying. But I guess that's one way to reach a broader audience, even if unintentional. So there's that. But I guess networking is another great way to do it. Trying to communicate with different communities, different interest groups that are completely outside of your specific field of interest. Although I'm a political commentator now by trade, if you want to call it that, I'm a Twitch streamer at the end of the day. I have always collaborated with content creators of many different backgrounds that have no investment whatsoever in the realm of politics, because at the end of the day, my job is to reach as many people as possible and try to explain to them that there's someone out there fucking you over, and try to move the overall generalized anxiety that they might feel, and harness that energy to build a more productive, organized movement that will try and solve some of these problems.
Hi, Megha Bari with Al Jazeera Digital. As you know, in Trump's election in 24, a lot of his voters turned out to be young men across ethnicities. How do you see that changing in the, now with the midterms coming up? Do you think it's changing whatever was driving them to vote for him at that point? Or do you see that momentum continuing?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I talked about quite a bit and tried to communicate to the Democratic Party, both at the DNC and certainly after the DNC, was this fear that I had that young men who had not experienced, and not just young men, but just young people in general, who had not fully experienced the first Trump term, would increasingly be invested in making a risky bet and vote for Donald Trump
as he presented himself once again as the outsider candidate. So there were a lot of first-time voters and low propensity voters that Donald Trump was able to activate once again, just like he did, not in 2020, but in 2016. One of the problems that I kept pointing to was the fact that the reason that Donald Trump won in 2016 against an established candidate with the pedigree and also the experience in governance like Hillary Rodham Clinton was because people wanted to make significant changes. People demanded these changes. They wanted someone who was against the establishment because for the longest time, even under the Barack Obama administration for 2 terms, they felt like they were robbed in some way. They felt like their material conditions were worsening. So they decided to make a risky bet and vote for an incompetent, entitled, arrogant, inexperienced moron like Donald Trump, a proto-fascist in 2016, and I would say certainly a fascist in 2024. But it was very obvious to me, and this was the second thing that I mentioned over and over again, that once Trump won, that it would be very clear that he was not going to accomplish his agenda, his promises, and we've obviously seen that from the Liberation Day tariffs and its impact on the economy to his inability to address the inflation crisis that people are still suffering through, and his lack of overall interest in improving people's material conditions, and his investment in actually worsening them caused a lot of young men who voted for him, perhaps for the first time, as a risky gamble to very quickly realize that he was just lying. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're invested in the alternative either. So the most successful, most resilient way to combat fascism is to give an ownership stake to these young men, to show them, to prove to them that you are actually invested in bettering their lives. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party has since fallen short of that promise, and that's part of the reason why, despite being the opposition party, their approval ratings are still underwater because their own base doesn't trust them. And it seems like they're too invested in not combating Trump or fascism necessarily, but maintaining the power center that they have. Corporate Democrats are too busy not really trying to undermine Trump's agenda with the limited amount of power that they have, if they have any power at all, but instead focusing on silly battles that they are waging in the primaries right now against even people like myself, a Twitch streamer. So that shows you where they're at and what their primary interests are, but that weakness also yields some promise, some opportunity, because there are a lot of people who want an alternative, and they're increasingly willing to make that bet on the left flank candidates that are running insurgent campaigns, oftentimes not just against the Republican Party, which we all oppose, but also even against the corporate Democrats as well. And in my experience, I think that's the most successful way to win over young men, and that's precisely what has happened with Zoran Mamdani's rise in the New York mayoral primaries, and then the general as well. There are a coalition of voters that left the party behind, and the 2024 election, young men, Latino voters in general, they're coming back. They're coming back to vote for Zoran Mamdani. They're coming back to vote for a lot of these left-flank Bernie-crats. And those were coalitions that Bernie actually was very successful with. So I think there is an opportunity here. It's just up to the Democratic Party to seize it, or hopefully, because they're so incompetent and so feckless, submit to the will of the people.
Thanks, Hasan. I know there are still a lot of questions, but unfortunately Hasan has another commitment, so we have to wrap up. But thanks so much for attending, and thanks, Hasan, for your time.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Okay. I
should have. Sandra is one of the co-founders of the Black Eyed Peas and the founder of Earth Sama, so please attend the next one too.
I should have done the Admiral Zhukov and just fucking threw the jacket off. Of course.
Good to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Take care.
Hey, what's good? How are you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good.
How's it going?
Pretty good so far.
So far.
Gloomy day.
Gloomy day. Gloomy day, man. Just like Dublin.
I see this and I immediately am fearful.
Of what?
I mean, not only hantavirus, but also just like, I've always been anti-cruise.
You've always been anti-cruise.
I've always been an anti-cruise guy.
Yeah. Well, I
And
think
now,
there's a lot of reasons to be anti-cruise these days.
yeah, that's what I mean. Now I'm proven to be correct all over again.
So you just call them floating laboratories.
Yeah.
What's been going on since the last news?
I don't know if you've been following the American news, but
No, I really try and stay out of it.
yeah, well, that's good. There's nothing productive happening in American news, I'll tell you that much. But I've become the public enemy #1
Yeah, that's
for
a weird
both.
one. That's a weird one to me.
Yeah, is this shocking to you?
A slightly left kind of fella.
Yeah, just a little bit. But that's enough for people to lose their minds.
People are being crazy.
Yeah. I've been declared public enemy #1 by the Republicans, which is normal, obviously, that's
Normal.
expected. But then also by some corporate Democrats as well. But it's backfired on them spectacularly.
Yeah.
Where they tried to attack one of the.
Wait,
Yeah. Doctor. Hello. Nice to meet you.
You too. Hi, Hassan.
Yeah, we're going to be having a conversation in a little bit, right? Or right now?
So, no, in 25 minutes or so.
Oh, in 25 minutes. Okay.
Well, whatever they tell me.
Okay.
Don't ask me.
All right. Yeah, no, same. I'm very excited. Yeah, I know both Aaron and Daniel quite well. I've worked with them in the past, so I'm really excited to have a conversation with you as well.
I just saw a headline about you today on the website about how you endorsed somebody and immediately they became a favorite.
Yeah, Abdul Al-Sayed.
You must be a powerful guy.
No.
Cool, guys.
All
Save
right.
this for the stage.
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah.
Sorry, you have like 5 minutes.
Hey, what's good? I was just saying, I was telling your dad I know you and Daniel.
Yes.
Yeah, Aaron Maté, everybody.
What's up, everybody?
How you doing?
Good, man. You're looking good.
Thank you. I'm trying to fool the boomers that watch Fox News into thinking my opinion is worth a damn because they care about the optics so much.
I like it.
Oh shit, seaplane.
Seaplane.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, ADHD. Dad knows quite a bit about.
You guys can talk all about it.
Yeah, we can talk all about it. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it because I feel like he's gonna be like.
She's like, please, bro, please.
What's up?
Let's go for 3 minutes for this meeting. Sorry,
This
is Gabor's wife, my mom, Ray.
Oh,
Hassan.
hi.
I'm so
Nice to
sorry
meet
about
you.
her.
I'm interested to hear you because I've heard good things.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm glad. Thank God.
This can be streamed, right? Is that
This
okay?
is streamed.
Okay.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Okay, come here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're always. Oh no, I don't point the camera at people that don't want to be on camera. Don't worry. Don't worry.
No, we've been on you the entire time. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. I heard you're a rabble rouser. You created quite the controversy. Oh shit, I have a meeting.
She's actually gonna kill me.
Yeah, I'll be up in a second. All right. Wait, so
3 minutes. But you can do whatever you want.
we're streaming, by the way.
That's fine.
That's fine?
Good to
How you
see
doing?
you. Yeah, yeah.
Wow, you've been wearing the hoodie every day, huh?
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
Yesterday I didn't wear it, so.
Okay, so it's good to wear it today. It's Patty.
Yeah.
Patty is is your CEO, or co-founder, founder of Web Summit, everything of Web Summit.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So what's look? We've got this little cheat sheet about you.
Oh
here.
wow.
Yeah.
What does it say?
It's not accurate.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Dangerous anti-Semite. Do not platform.
Yeah.
How's it been?
Good. What about you? You're on stage shortly.
Yeah. It's been interesting since the last time I did one of these. There's been a lot of controversy.
Yes.
Sometimes even from what I said on stage in Doha, actually.
Yeah.
Jewish Insider and a bunch of other advocacy organizations, like Zionist advocacy organizations, they pounced on me saying that the systemic forces of the Israeli apartheid absolutely contributed to the events that unfolded, the tragic events that unfolded on October 7th, and they were like, I can't believe he's saying that. And it's like, you know who else was saying that? The Haaretz editorial board on October 8th, 2023. But maybe they were mad I was saying it Muslimically or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There were also people upset that you were speaking at Web Summit as well.
No.
Yeah.
What? Oh, come on, you got to give me something.
We got some phone calls and emails.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, lots of people on a few people on X, kind of tech names who nothing to say about Curtis Yarvin, but.
That's so strange because, like, I feel like he is a far more impactful person as far as his, like, direct allegiances, his like, he has a line of communication with some of the most powerful individuals in not just American society, but around the globe, right? Like Peter Thiel and whatnot. And from their perspective, that's nothing because they're not, I think that, you know what I think it is? I think it's because I don't have a buy-in. I don't have a stake in the current way, the current design, and that's what really frustrates people, or at least that's what I've seen really frustrates even the Democrats who have been coming after me quite a bit too.
Why are the Democrats coming after you?
They're really scared right now. They're really weak, and they're really scared that they're going to actually have to respond to the voters because there's like too many success stories of like the Bernie-crats that are running all around the country, because their attitude always has been, oh, you have to listen to us because if we don't run moderates like corporate Democrats, pro-Israel Democrats, then like they'll lose in the general. And it's like more and more people are like, but you keep losing in the general to Donald Trump. So I think we're going to try this new thing. And they're really worried that there's going to be more Zoran-style insurgencies that win.
There's a politician, congressman, who's been to Web Summit a number of times over many years, Ro Khanna.
Ro Khanna, yeah, I know him very well.
Where does he sit in all of this?
He is, he's really interesting because I like him a lot. He is someone who's been around for quite a while, and he's always had like this very interesting perspective because he's a Silicon Valley guy. So there's like obviously numerous interests at play from his constituents and corporate benefactors, but then also he's at times been a lone voice. He's done a phenomenal job with the Epstein stuff, obviously, and then he's really spearheaded a lot of the few initiatives that have been impactful that have any sort of Democrat attached to it. Ro Khanna's there. And he has definitely changed not only his style, but also his advocacy since the last time, like the first time I talked to him in person was at the DNC, where he was shy about even calling what Israel's doing a genocide. He actually stopped me when I said like, Israel's an apartheid state that's doing a genocide. He's like, well, I wouldn't use those terms. And now you hear him like, spearheading this effort.
And nobody's put money behind unseating him in Silicon Valley?
Oh, they have, yeah.
Okay.
There's some guy, but they always have a guy. They always find someone that will try and unseat these politicians, but oftentimes, if they have good constituent services, it doesn't work, right? Like AOC is now undefeated in that district, right? They've tried with Ilhan Omar, they've tried with Rashida Tlaib. It doesn't work.
Are you kicking us out?
Am I out?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Well, I think it's Gabor next, who's being interviewed on stage by Hasan. Okay.
All right.
Well, they know each other, I'm sure.
Yeah. We just met outside. If he's down.
Yeah, you can explain.
Yeah, save it for the pod, no?
Save it for the pod. Save it for the pod. No, it's fine. It's fine. So what do you? Okay.
So it's only going to be 2 or 3 minutes just saying hello to Gabor, I think.
Yeah. Look, the photo that you're using of me, I mean, you probably shouldn't show that. But the photo that you're using with me there, I'm wearing suits now. I'm a suit guy.
You're a suit guy?
I'm a suit guy now because I
probably
realize
scaring all the wrong people.
No, you're absolutely right. People think just because I started wearing suits that I'm running for office. I'm like, I'm not. I'm not even remotely interested in that. It's so dumb. But they're like, in their minds, their old guard mentality is, oh, of course you want to run for office. That's the best thing you could possibly do. Meanwhile, half of the people that are in positions of power in the current administration are like, oh, I can't wait to get back to my podcasting job.
I'll come say hello to the Matés.
Let's go.
We can leave. Yeah, we can leave if they want to.
Let them have their intro.
We actually just need to get you mic'd up for stage.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Kira, you're doing the introduction stage, is that right? Absolutely.
You're doing the intro on stage?
What do you want me to say?
Hell yeah, I don't know.
What should I- this
Radical.
This guy is a suit guy.
He's a suit guy now, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a suit guy now.
A lot has changed. A lot has changed.
A lot has changed since the last time you saw me.
I would have made that choice.
What's going on? Hassan.
It was unbelievable. It was like, yeah, we were leaving to talk about.
All right, are we?
Should we go?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I have plenty of time, yeah.
He's plenty of time. I've been one more time out of this, outside of this one, where
Live.
I came to University of British Columbia. You ever see? It was awesome. Huge theater, sold out in like 2 minutes. It was dope. What's going on? It was about pretty much the American isolation, the end of American empire, and like what middle powers are doing. You know,
It's hot in Canada right now.
yeah, no, I know.
They like to hear
it was like right after Mark Carney's Davos speech
Yeah.
too, and I was like a little excited about what he had said, and I was like, we'll see what happens if it's all talk no show. And so far it's been all talk no show, of course. I don't know why I thought like a banker was going to be an anti-imperialist force that rips apart.
Boy can dream.
Yeah. Wait, he can't come in here with this?
Oh no, he can.
He can?
No. Just one second, sir. I have like an access from the branding, so only he has like access. I don't have. So he have to confirm. So he has an okay with
But
that.
we're streaming this right now. Who do you need me to get to confirm?
Just like a Brandon. He's
Oh,
just
Brendan.
talking about
Brendan
that.
knows.
Yeah, just
Here, I'll
like,
get
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, does you just not need this, or?
Oh yeah, just one second, sir. So you can go inside.
Chat, I'm getting
Just
mobbed.
like you can go, but like I have to confirm.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
because,
Jesus.
like when he said like okay, so you're good to go.
Yeah.
No, it's all good.
You're good.
Don't worry about it.
Because like only briefing have only this side.
Oh, yeah, I see,
So
I see.
they can go and like come in, come
Got
out,
it.
but like guests have only access on this area.
Got it.
So he's
What's going on?
Contact manager today. He's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoa, go and get your face powders.
Wait, you think I need it?
Damn,
That's crazy.
Thank you.
I never do makeup.
We know.
Or hair. No, it's bad.
You can tell.
Wow, this is crazy. I come here just to be humiliated.
No, I'm only messing. I need to know where you can take it. You know.
How many minutes do we have?
We have about 15.
Oh, okay. So we're
But
just here?
Give me chilling, and then we'll get you mic shortly.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I'll just wait here.
Cool. Well, I mean, maybe go get makeup. No, that's.
You want to get a plate of food?
No, I said maybe go get makeup. That's crazy.
That's I don't want to get makeup. I don't like makeup.
You don't want to get a full beat. You don't like the Fox.
No.
Fox makeup.
I don't need it. Or I mean, I just don't like it. I don't like it because they touch my eyes, and I get very sensitive. The reason why I said do you want the reason why I said do you want food is because that's the only thing that March demands. Yes. I thought he said can we get a whole plate of food, and I was being a good friend and assuming that that's what his need is. This was immediate need is.
So chat, when he goes up on stage, assuming everything goes according to plan, we're going to swap over to the live feed, and you're going to see a full production of this interview.
Yeah, it's going to be like UBC. It's going to be just like the other Vancouver event that we did.
Something about Vancouver has such good infrastructure when it comes to these things.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
And then afterwards, we'll come back to Cam and do a sign-off, probably, or I don't know.
Yeah, cinema. Well, I think you don't think we'll have time, huh?
I don't think you'll have time, no.
All right, well, we'll get back to the hotel room, obviously.
Yeah.
And then
tear it down.
possibly tear it down. And then we'll see.
So now with all of that said, what are
They're using sap buckets lit up as props? Yeah, they did that last time too.
If I don't start, I think there are two key things, right? You have to have.
Hi, I'm Adam, the Stretch Manager.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Is it okay if we already get you mic'd?
Yeah.
Do you want to join me?
Of course.
What is the strategic fit that you have both for IBM and also for the market? Your technology is it differentiated, right? Which is hugely important.
Are you gonna moderate the conversation too, or no?
I'm just gonna step in when it starts getting too crazy.
Wait, really?
When you guys start fighting?
To reorient the conversation.
I can't tell if you're messing with me or not. Because like,
I'm always messing with you.
I know. Well, no, but the reason why I say is because like I thought we were initially just gonna talk about Israel Palestine.
You come.
Okay. It's just like an open conversation.
Open conversation.
So it's not me like, because you know how like in Doha, there's a Financial Times guy was interviewing me specifically. And I didn't know if that was my role interviewing
So he
Gabor.
was interviewing you specifically, and now the two of you and Gabor are just going to have a rapport.
Okay, great. We have a lot in common, you know?
Let's find out.
Yeah,
And Kaylee's here to get you. Hi,
right,
ready. Do
perfect.
you mind just having a seat for me?
of course.
Chat really seeing how the sausage is made today.
Yeah, I know. This is all deep insight, background, all good stuff. Hopefully there's not a lot of echo.
On the stage?
On stage.
Oh
when
yeah,
I'm
because last time
speaking.
you, yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Your mic was.
I just like heard myself the whole time.
Okay, and just let me know if it's like poking you or feeling uncomfortable in any way.
No, it's perfect.
Also, I know the shot is weird, chat. I'm obviously trying not to get anybody on camera that doesn't want to be on camera.
Yeah, we're ethical.
I try my best to be.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, she didn't even say, no, it's fine. She just literally like, don't put me on fucking camera. I'm kidding.
And
I'm
can
kidding.
you stand up, please?
Of course.
I'm just going to drop this down. Suit jacket.
Okay. This is a tech conference, chat.
Yeah.
Usually, I'm the niche one in these sorts of rooms where it's like they'll just sneak in a couple people like myself or Yanis Varoufakis. I guess Chunk Weigert is also somewhat niche in these rooms as well. Booger check. Do I got boogers?
I did.
Snot rockets.
And if you could just say something for me, please.
Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Good?
Good to go.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Simona.
Are these founders willing to kind of shift with the market
Okay.
Ooh.
These waters unopened?
Yeah, lubricate that throat, boy.
North. Canada's Rocky Mountain water. Everything is sponsored too. Just like the other event that I went to was like hot mic.
Yeah, now that you have that on you, you're hot mic'd.
Wait, why are they saying ain't no way? Oh, because you said lubricate that throat, boy. Oh, that's open? Thank you.
Yeah, see, some of us like to entertain your community so they stick around. Instead of put
here,
them to
you can
sleep.
Can you put that on the desk? Sorry. What is this TED Talk about again? Loneliness in the end of empire. Not the age of empire, but in the end of empire. You know? What is Jank doing? Does he have a talk too? Chunky Gurga, Shaky Gurga, not only had a talk, but last night he was a last-second addition to a conversation, and he caused one of the speakers to storm out of the room. Yes, apparently. And the way that Michael Treacy, who's also here apparently, and so is Lauren Southern, which is ironic because none of those people reach even a fraction of the controversy that seemingly I have created for this event, which goes to show the priorities of many people. But Shaky Gurga, I made you nephew? Yeah. So, Shaky Gurga caused, I'm going to give you the actual person who was there and who walked out. Hold on. But apparently he was talking about like Israel, and the other person that was on the other person in the talks was like, I can't deal with it. Stephen Walt just walked off stage because Jank started screaming crazily about Israel. Jank was added as a moderator to this panel at the last minute, he told me. One point he decided to raise was how grateful everyone should be for Tucker and Candace Owens, since they've converted so many people to anti-Israel causes. Or in other words, we should all be, this is Michael's own editorial spin. In other words, we should all be deeply appreciative of the torrent of abuse, brain-melted nonsense they've unleashed, like that Trump is being controlled by the Antichrist, or is himself the Antichrist, and that's why he went to war with Iran. Tucker, in parentheses. Candace espousing her latest lunatic version of the Protocols of Elders of Zion is also fantastic. Cenk is fully algorithm-brained, which may have been why, as moderator, in air quotes, he thought it prudent to start screaming wildly about Israel in all caps, genocide, fascist, etc., even after Stephen Walt had asked him to please calm it down. But Cenk couldn't oblige, at which point Walt, in parentheses, not some pro-Israel zealot, amazingly got up and left the stage right in the middle of the panel and exited the venue entirely, leaving an awkward empty chair for the remainder of the Gab Fest. The Gab Fest that also featured Aaron Maté, who you guys saw earlier, and friend of the show, Ryan Grimm.
Oh, Ryan was on that too?
Ryan was one of the moderators, I guess, or one of the panelists. Unbelievable. Now everyone in the replies is saying, Cenk and Anna have gone completely rabid on their anti-Israel crusade. Least shocking post I've ever seen. Candace, a Holocaust non-sympathizing freak, your show proudly named after drugged out psychos who committed genocide, or maybe you should embrace weirdos for your life's work. Then classic, Cenk is an inbred Muslim. When they put the O and an E when they're writing Muslim, that's when you know someone is really hateful. Okay? I couldn't give a shit about a bunch. Oh, Jesus. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to read the rest of it. Amazing. Meanwhile, in other news, Clavicular is doing a meetup with Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, and Vice President of being a dickhead, the worst Paul brother somehow, Jake Paul.
I refuse to believe that, no. You're getting debated, that's not true.
I believe it.
That's not true.
I believe it. I want to believe it in my heart and my soul.
It can't be true.
I mean, can we be real? Is it that crazy?
No, I don't think I can handle it.
Honestly, is it that fucking crazy?
I think that might be it for me.
I want to believe it. People are saying it's AI. I want to believe it's real. Like, if you were to hear in the wild, oh, Clavicular is hanging out with J.D. Vance, where J.D. Vance is going to atone for not being able to look smack sufficiently, alongside. In other news, streamer famous for saying the N-word at black people on live streams, Chud the Builder, was wounded in a self-inflicted shooting outside a Tennessee courthouse. That guy with the mustache that goes up to black people and says the N-word.
I don't know him, and I'm glad I don't know who that is.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you the I'm gonna give you the details right now, whether you like it or not.
It's too many.
Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office announced the 2 individuals involved in the incident, Chud the Builder is his name, and an identified male sustained gunshot wounds. They were both hospitalized and both were listed in stable condition Wednesday afternoon. Both men were taken in custody, officials said, describing the incident as a physical altercation that escalated to gunfire. Controversial streamer Chud the Builder was shot Wednesday outside of a Tennessee courthouse, just days after his headline-making arrest at Nashville State. It's all good?
Is it time?
Yes. I just want to ask you a favor. If I can leave it with you to watch the timer.
Yeah.
So there's a big timer in front of you.
Yeah.
And I think Gabor is a little bit more. He won't look at the monitor.
Yeah.
And you're going to have 38 minutes on the clock.
You got it.
But it's right in front of you. So.
Okay, I'll take note of it.
Get off the stage.
No, we won't do that. It's getting packed, the room, for your talk. So, but just to let you know, so I'm going to have Gabor sitting on the right side and you'll be on the left side. And we have a call-in just for him to hear all the questions that you make.
Yeah.
So it should be good.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, they got the worst guy to do that, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, they don't know I'm a yapper.
Yeah,
they don't know I'm a grade A
the worst
yapper gay. Okay? The influencer, real name Dalton Etherly, claims he was jumped outside the courthouse, so he says he fired shots in self-defense, accidentally shooting himself during the altercation. He was live streaming at the time and remained online as he was speaking with emergency personnel in the aftermath of the incident. Did I shoot myself or did I graze it? He asked, before a first responder said, it penetrated it, yeah. Etherly said, on a scale from 1 to 10, his discomfort from the injury was a 6. Montgomery County deputies and Clarksville police officers responded to the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville around 1:15 a.m. He's built a reputation online for provocative IRL streams that often spiral into confrontations with strangers, restaurant staff, and police. See, I'm sorry, but when they mention me on any mainstream publication, they will literally be like, Hasan is a rabid anti-Semite, possibly a terrorist, maybe has contributed to 9/11. But when they're talking about a guy whose entire content revolves around literally going up to black people and screaming the N-word at them, and then trying to get them into an altercation where he will pull out his weapon, because that's what his content is.
How do they describe it?
Just controversial streamer that does IRL altercations and he's built a reputation online for provocative IRL streams that often spiral into confrontations with strangers, restaurants, staff, and police. So he's just a regular nuisance streamer? Like, you could describe stable Ronaldo with the same way that you're describing this fucking guy. Very different type of content, I would say. Look, the shooting comes less than a week after Etherly was arrested in Nashville following an alleged live stream fueled meltdown at Bob's Steak and Chop House. Police claim he refused repeated requests to stop filming diners. He caused a disturbance and he skipped out on a $371 bill before being booked for disorderly conduct and theft of services. Again, no mention of him saying the N-word with a hard R at any point in this coverage. The Montgomery County District Attorney Office tells TMZ law enforcement officers immediately responded to a report of shots fired outside the courthouse and was taken into custody at the scene. The DA says there was a confrontation between Dalton Etherly and an unidentified male. According to the preliminary investigation, both men were hospitalized to be treated for injuries. The investigation is ongoing and there is no threat to the public. Yes, there is a threat to the public. There absolutely is a threat to the public. How can you say there's no threat to the public? This guy is still very much out and about, menacing random black and brown people with heinous acts of racialized violence. He is at large, and therefore he remains a threat to the public at large. He also, this reporting implies he's not a threat to the public when he literally engaged in a violent confrontation outside of a fucking courthouse with a weapon, okay? That is also a threat to the public. It does, I guess it's still shocking to see the difference when you're an anti-Zionist who fights against anti-Semitism, the media reporting and the way they engage you versus just being anti-black, just straight up anti-black racist, white supremacist. It's actually insane. It shouldn't shock me, as you know, I've grown pessimistic about the way corporate media operates and about the way media operates in general, but still, nevertheless, still very much shocking, the depths that the media will sink to.
I think you're up any minute now.
Yeah. One of the funniest parts. All right, let's do it. All right, can you flip it on your phone?
Yeah, I can.
To the third ingest?
Yeah. Should I just do that now?
Yeah. Can I leave my stuff here?
Okay, Chad. Flipping it to the stage ingest. Let me know if everything breaks. Hopefully it doesn't. If it does,
The modern world can be a lonely place. Technology that was supposed to bring us together often drives us apart and alienates us from those around us. Tackling this challenge, our next two speakers call for new forms of connection and solidarity. It's great to see such a full room for this talk, and I'd love you all to give a warm welcome to renowned physician and author of the best-selling book, The Myth of Normal: Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture, Dr. Gabor Maté. And the most prolific political streamer on Twitch, Hasan Piker.
Wow, what a crowd. They're all here to see you, and I'm just honored to be on the stage with you, if we're being real. I've wanted to have a conversation with you for quite a while, and I'm glad that we got to do it in your hometown in Vancouver, beautiful Vancouver.
In a very intimate setting.
Very intimate setting, yes, yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this is supposed to be. I guess it's going to be a back and forth, right? Yeah. In a regular conversation. Last time I did one of these, I had a journalist who was like asking me questions about what I do.
Yeah.
But given that I'm the media figure and you're the prolific author and academic, I will ask you some questions instead. Hopefully that's okay.
Let's see how it goes.
All right. So let's start with somewhat of a cliche,
yeah.
A question that you've probably answered a million times over your career.
Yeah.
How do you define trauma?
Sure. So trauma literally means a wound. That's the Greek meaning, the Greek word for wound or wounding. So trauma is a wound that hasn't healed. So it's really important to understand that trauma is not what happened to you. Trauma is what happened inside you as a result of what happened to you. So if I sustain a blow to my head, that's not the trauma. That's the traumatic event. The trauma is if I develop a concussion. So trauma is a wound that hasn't healed. And of course, that can happen physically or psychologically. In fact, you can't separate the two.
Yeah, you've talked about the distinction or the root of the word trauma. Do you want to talk about how it's evolved from being understood as something that is often physical to how it manifests in the body and in the psyche?
Well, again, Western medicine makes the unscientific mistake of separating mind from the body. So they'll think of psychological trauma or physiological trauma as being different. But I can tell you a number of things. I can tell you that, for example, women with severe post-traumatic stress disorder have doubled the risk of ovarian cancer. In other words, the trauma shows up not just as a set of psychological disturbances, but as disturbed physiology in the body. American black women, the more experiences of racism they have to endure, the greater the risk for asthma. So trauma actually causes inflammation and narrowing of the airways. I could go on. Canadian study, men who were sexually abused in childhood have tripled the rate of heart disease, regardless of whether they smoke or drink or not. So that, again, the trauma psychologically that they endured translates into physiological effects. Not to mention, we're just 10-minute taxi ride or 5-minute taxi ride away from Vancouver's downtown east side. We're talking in Vancouver here. This is North America's most concentrated area of drug use. It's a severely addicted area. People are injecting and dying in the streets, just a few blocks away. And I worked there for 12 years. In the 12 years that I worked down there, I didn't have a single female patient who had not been sexually abused as a child. So trauma shows up in all kinds of ways. Mental health conditions, addictions, physical illness, of course, troubled relationships, shame about who you are, shame about the self, and loneliness.
So, I do want to talk to you about loneliness.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, I wanted to ask you, we talk about the individual, but how do you account for the systemic forces that accelerate the trauma that people are experiencing, oftentimes born out of systemic racism, white supremacy, things I've heard you talk about in the past, genocides that are unfolding around the world, numerous crises taking place, and how atomized we feel as a byproduct of the current capitalist mode of production that we exist under. Do you feel like this is a heavy contribution?
Well, it's actually inextricable. Human beings are by nature what has been called bio-psycho-social creatures. In other words, our biology is inseparable from our emotional states, which is inseparable from our social relationships. When I mentioned that women with severe PTSD have double the risk of ovarian cancer, nobody develops PTSD sitting in a room by themselves. Something happened. So that when you understand individuals, you have to understand the whole social culture that generates that individual's life experiences. And a system which atomizes people, which sets people against each other, which teaches us that human nature is by definition selfish, aggressive, individualistic, greedy, acquisitive, and suspicious, that's going to separate people from each other. Now that view of human nature has nothing to do with real human experience. It has to do with the dominant view of a particular social system. But that will generate a lot of isolation, loneliness, and stress. So that you can, in North America, indigenous tradition, there's the medicine wheel, in which has 4 quadrants: the physical, the mental, which means emotions and thoughts, the social, which is our relationship with other creatures, and the spiritual, which is our creation with the whole universe. And rest means a balance, so I should say health means a balance in all those 4 quadrants. Now, that's not a mystical, naive, primitive way. That's actually what science has shown. So that the physiology is inseparable from our psychology, from our social relationships. So individual health very much reflects social circumstances. And in Canada, where we're speaking right now, indigenous women never used to have rheumatoid arthritis. Now, today, in Canada, an indigenous woman has 6 times the rate of rheumatoid arthritis than a Caucasian male. That's got nothing to do with gender or race. It's got to do with social structure, racism, and historical trauma.
Do you feel like it's almost spiritually like smallpox being brought in blankets, but this time, instead of the direct disease and its contribution, it's the systemic forces of capitalism, imperialism, colonial violence, and its remnants that are redefining the way that people who have been subjected to this kind of systemic violence are experiencing negative consequences?
Well, it's interesting how you frame it, because there's a concept, I think it's a Lakota word, but it's an indigenous Native American term called Wetiko, W-E-T-I-K-O. It refers to the spirit of selfishness and aggression and exploitation. And the indigenous people saw the white people as carrying that spirit. It's almost like a virus that infects you. That's exactly what they mean.
So aside from the structural forms of inequality being reinforced, it's obvious that during COVID, our society felt even more isolated than ever before. We've seen a generational breakdown between older Gen Z and younger Gen Z, depending on which mode of socialization that they were going through, and the impact of that has been very obvious. We saw a lot of younger Gen Z fall victim to right-wing radicalization on the internet, and even some of the older Gen Z as well. How do you feel like, how much of that is born out of loneliness and isolation and the trauma that it creates, and is there a way to solve that problem?
Well, first of all, it's interesting because with each new generation, the ratio of loneliness increases. And that's been going on for about 40 years. And that's been studied. So the people that define themselves as lonely, the numbers are going up and up and up. Now, when you're lonely, you're desperate. See, the thing about human beings is that we're not blank slates on which you can just write anything you want. We're products of evolution, just like other animals. And if you look at human evolution, there's been human or hominids on Earth for millions of years, human-like creatures. Our own species, Homo sapiens, we've been here 150, 200,000 years. Now, if you picture evolution on the face of my watch, and if 1 hour is evolution, then until 3 minutes ago, we lived in small band hunter-gatherer groups, totally connected to each other. The whole group went everywhere together. Children were raised by the whole clan, extended family, uncles, aunts, neighbors. There was no separation. And communality, collaboration, and connection were absolutely essential for survival. And so we evolved expecting those. That's part of our nature. So any society then that increases people's isolation actually tramples on essential human needs. And this society, especially under the neoliberal dispensation, loneliness has been increasing to the point now, and that's not just a isolated emotional travail. What it actually is it undermines physiology, so that loneliness is as much of a risk factor for early death and illness as smoking or obesity, even more so. So it has physiological impacts. And it's just getting worse and worse with each generation.
How do you think we fix it without rolling back the clock to primitive communism?
Yeah. Well, nobody can, we can never go back. I mean, we're not going to be hunter-gatherers again, which is a good thing for me, because if I did, I would starve to death, given my particular ineptness at doing anything. But we can be aware of what we've lost. And we can see, well, given today's technology, given today's knowledge, given today's circumstances, how can we get back what we lost? How can we recreate structures, connections, interactions that promote togetherness rather than isolation? So, you know what? There's a bunch of techies in this room, I think for the most part, and the human mind is an incredible creative template. What if we actually put our attention and our intention at recreating communality, given today's circumstances? We could do it if that was an intention. It's interesting because in Britain, it was so bad they appointed a minister for loneliness. That's how bad it is. So we could.
Doesn't seem to be working.
Sorry?
Is it working?
I don't know who it is. Yeah, but so what I'm saying is, if we recognize it as a problem, we could deal with it. But we have to recognize it.
Yeah. This is something that I experienced personally during COVID.
Yeah.
I went independent in the end of 2019. I left my job at the Young Turks, and I decided to take a gamble and go on my own and become a Twitch streamer. And I was going to follow Bernie Sanders around. And I did.
Mm-hmm.
And then COVID happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then Super Tuesday happened. And then, you know, unfortunately...
Tell me what Super Tuesday was.
Super Tuesday was when Joe Biden won all of the states that he didn't even go to. The Democrats cheated.
Yeah.
And they stopped Bernie Sanders.
That's right.
It was devastating. One of the worst moments of my life still to this day.
Really?
But thank you for clapping for that. Yes.
So you were disillusioned, were you?
Well, I was disillusioned.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this.
Are you going to... Oh, no.
Whoa.
Uh-oh. This is what I was worried about. I watched you talk to Hasan Minhaj, and I was really worried you were going to start tugging on some things.
Well, I'm only asking a simple question.
Okay.
Would you rather be illusioned or disillusioned?
I would rather be illusioned.
You'd rather be illusioned?
No, well,
you'd rather
sometimes it's good.
You'd rather believe in fairy tales, is that right?
Yes, but here's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'd rather hold on to hope.
Well.
And have a North Star that I'm working towards.
But would you rather have that hope based on reality or based on a fantasy?
True, based in reality, of course.
Okay, well then it's a good thing to be disillusioned.
Okay.
And you were disappointed by Super Tuesday? I wasn't. I never expected anything otherwise. I expected the Democrats to be Democrats.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
but go on.
but see, this is why I say it's good to be a little bit illusioned, though, because I still maintain this perhaps silly naivete, this optimism that there is some changes that we can make within the party system, which is why I'm now working to elect in the primary system as many left-flank candidates as possible. I am not optimistic that entryism as a strategy is going to actually work, and all of a sudden, in bourgeois, capitalist, neoliberal democracy, one of the two major parties is going to turn into a communist party by any means. But I think it's important to advance the contradictions, not necessarily advance the contradictions personally, but at least advance class consciousness.
Well, look, so I suppose we could debate politics here, and I'm holding this book here, Myth and Normal, which is my most recent book, and I talk about this question. And it was Ralph Nader, I think, who said that you can have your choice between Tweedledum or Tweedledee. It's a question of which one. Do you want Tweedledee? You want to vote Democrat? You want Tweedledum? Vote dumb. Vote Republican. You know, but I don't particularly believe that this system is amenable to party reform, and you know it's not. But look, if you believe in it, and if you want to work for it and put your energies into it, as long as your eyes are open, good for you.
Yeah.
You know, and I just more power to you. Do it, but then be ready to draw the proper conclusions based on what happens.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. The primary purpose that I think I see with the way that the primary system works is to advance class consciousness, to elect people like Zoran that will show that there's a different path that you can chart, even with the significant setbacks oftentimes afforded by powerful interests, capitalist class, and even in many instances the party itself, the Democratic Party itself. So I guess I'm not disillusioned,
Okay.
or I guess I'm not illusioned, rather, in my idea that, like, you know, this is going to magically turn everything.
Time will tell. I met Zoran once, and I was quite impressed with him as a person, and I even asked him, I said, there's lots of people with idealism who gain some position within the system, but then they get kind of metabolized and digested by the system. And what are you going to do to keep you from that happening to you? And he gave a very impressive answer. He said, first of all, he has to keep close to the people that elected him, not to the power structure.
That's a good politician answer.
Yeah, and secondly, I have to look in the mirror every day and ask myself, am I being true to myself? So whether he'll do that, time will tell. He's a very promising figure. Whether the system, and to what degree the system will let him make actual reforms, time will tell.
Yeah. I want to go back to the COVID era, though, because I made the mistake of saying I was illusioned, became disillusioned. But the reason why I brought that up is because it was an unprecedented amount of loneliness that people were experiencing, and they were looking desperately to online communities. Now, one of the things that I have personally encountered in the aftermath of this was that there were a lot of reactionary communities that formed, as well as communities like myself, the one that I created, with a very specific purpose to try to get people to go and organize in their communities and organize in their workforces and form labor unions, have a crumb of autonomy or a crumb of control in their own lives. I feel like that's a very powerful way to...
Did you say a crumb?
A crumb, yes.
Oh, that's a very accurate way of putting it.
Yeah.
Look at your own language.
You think it's too negative of a framing?
No, I'm saying it's realistic.
Yeah.
A crumb is very little. That's exactly what you get.
Yeah,
because
but little by little,
because the actual control.
Yeah.
Like if you actually look at who controls things and how many people. I mean, what is the statistics? 0.1% of the world's population own more than 50% of the world's population.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get crumbs.
Yeah, I mean it's a tremendous system of inequality. It's designed this way, and it's very sophisticated in its design. Especially the way propaganda works, that makes a lot of people feel comfortable and sedated, and not acknowledge the tremendous consolidation of power and the hardships that they go through. And then you have one flank, the reactionary forces, fascists, that will take advantage of that angst, that animosity, and try to harness all of that anger into organized violence in many instances, and also stochastic terror. I wanted to ask you about this in particular. How much do you think that isolation has contributed to increased acts of random instances of violence that's taking place all around the world now, as a matter of fact, even in places where they previously had no school shootings?
Well, first of all, just in terms of what you said about propaganda, James Baldwin, the great American writer, he said that words in this country are used more to cover the sleeper than to wake him up.
Yeah.
So there's a tremendously sophisticated propaganda system, and I grew up in Eastern Europe under communism, where there was a very crude propaganda system that everybody could see through. It's much more clever here. It's just as pernicious and as controlling, but it's far more insidious and less easy to see. Now, in terms of the question about, there was a terrible school shooting here in British Columbia a couple of months ago. 8 children were killed by somebody who was clearly mentally ill, somebody who the mental health system had clearly failed. And when you look at these people that commit these shootings, they're usually very lonely, troubled individuals who have festered in their own isolated little world, usually because of trauma, and with tremendous resentment and anger and frustration towards the world, which then they express through their horrific acts, so that the increasing isolation certainly feeds that. Because again, given that we have this need for connection, we actually are, you know, we have brains that are wired for all these different emotions, and one of them is love. We're actually wired for love. But when that's blocked, there's a tremendous frustration. And these school shooters or these people who commit violence are always people. Something happened, and that isolated them, that hurt them, and then gave them tremendous frustration.
So one of the things I've identified as a possible solution that I want to run by you.
Yeah.
Is, like I said, organizing and trying to be more ever present in the communities that we exist in, in the real world. Because I feel like increasingly in this age of isolation, we find ourselves desperately seeking out a sense of kinship, a sense of community, a sense of shared purpose, and oftentimes we find that on the internet.
And just as you mentioned earlier, these various right-wing groups, they do give people a sense of belonging, and they do give people a sense of shared understanding, and they give people a sense of meaning and purpose, you know, and that's powerful.
Yeah, and it's, I guess the question I have is, how do you combat the ease of access and the immediate gratification that these right-wing spaces offer? One of these spaces is called the manosphere. I was once a young man. I'm 34 now. In my industry,
over the hill.
Yeah, over the hill.
Yeah.
1 foot in the grave. And I remember feeling emotional, feeling worried about my future.
Yeah.
I remember the complexities in interpersonal relationships, that you know, seeking after or seeking the love of a crush that I had in high school, and and how terrified I was to even reveal my feelings to them. Oftentimes, just, you know, never really going out and talking to them. And if I was growing up in this current media environment, I probably would have also found myself in the throes of the manosphere, because there is this alluring spell that they can they can so easily communicate to young men. The idea that it's systemic forces that are at play and that are at fault for the anxieties that they feel. Not the systemic forces of capitalism, but instead systemic forces such as feminism.
Feminism, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, something very difficult has happened to men, which is that the factory system, you know, the corporate factory system, for all its depredations and exploitations, did give people a sense of belonging and a sense of meaning, and it gave men a sense of power, that they were the breadwinners and the protectors and the providers of their family. Now that's been hollowed out, especially in the United States, deindustrialization on a massive scale, and what has followed is what have been called the deaths of despair. High rates of suicide amongst working class men, high rates of addiction. And in the US, over the last several years, every year, twice as many people die of overdoses as died in all the years of the Vietnam, Afghan, and Iraqi wars put together. So that population is very desperate, and they lost a sense of their culturally imposed masculinity. And so they see feminism and female power as the enemy.
Yeah.
Not realizing that it's actually their ally if it's properly understood. There was something in my mind. Let me just look at my notes, because you said something that, about the fear of revealing yourself. There was a study of men who were dying of HIV some decades ago. And men who came out openly about their gayness were less likely to die of HIV than those that didn't. And amongst the ones who did die, the more fear of social rejection there was, if they did come out, the greater the risk of dying of HIV. In other words, the immune system actually responds to a sense of social rejection. So to the extent that you're afraid of being rejected, that's not just for anybody, you know, so they suppress themselves. That's not only a psychological phenomenon, it actually plays havoc with your immune system. Again, that unity of mind and body that I keep talking about. So the dynamics that you're talking about have huge impacts. on people's psychology and physiology.
Yeah, but I guess the question I have is, it's very easy to just take that angst,
yeah,
and that angst that turns into anger,
yeah,
and tell people that there are no solutions, and lead them down further pits of despair. It's not an accident that I think a lot of these guys who, on the one hand, will rail against sex work and will say that's all women want to do. Those are the very same people that are also...
That's their fantasy.
What? That's the what?
That's their fantasy.
Yeah, but they also are... many of them manage OnlyFans models as well.
Yeah.
And this contradiction is never addressed. As a matter of fact, when asked about it, I think it was Louis Theroux that had a conversation with one of these guys in his documentary on Netflix, the Manosphere documentary.
Yeah.
He asked him, he's like, well, you're talking about how women are doing OnlyFans, but you manage OnlyFans sex workers. And he was like, well, I need to make money.
Yeah.
And that's it. And he's very forthcoming about this inherent hypocrisy.
Yeah.
But it's almost not hypocritical any longer because there's a recognition that he's doing something indecent. I feel like we've seen this pattern play itself out in the realm of politics with Donald Trump. I like to say Donald Trump is the most honestly dishonest president we've ever had in America.
Yeah.
Where he wears it on his sleeve. He says, yeah, I'm a bad guy. What are you going to do about it? But I'm a bad guy that will protect my people and will attack viciously the enemy from within. Sometimes it's undocumented migrants that are falsely blamed for the problems that people are experiencing. Other times it's trans people.
Yeah.
Oftentimes very vulnerable, marginalized groups that don't have the capacity to fight back in an organized manner, that can't muster up the powerful forces that could be an important and necessary line of defense. But that's easy, right? That's an easy solution. It's not a real solution at all. It's wrong. I guess my question is, how do we fight these systemic forces, especially when these right-wing reactionary movements are not disruptive to the established hierarchy of capitalism? And in the age of dying empire, we see the same illiberal or post-liberal forces come back again in the exact same ways that we saw the political evolution that led to the rise of fascism.
Well, if you look at fascism in Germany, which is sort of the quintessential template, although fascism came from Italy, it's an Italian term, but its highest expression was Nazism in Germany. And so there's some significant similarities. Germany had an empire, it had lost it. And you talk about a dying empire, the American empire is a dying empire now. You can see that it hasn't won a war for a long time. It has caused a lot of damage, killed millions of people, but it hasn't won a single war for a long time. So it's on its way out. Empires rise and fall. There was the French, there was the British Empire, there was the Roman Empire at some point. More recently, we've had the American Empire, but the American Empire reached its apogee and started this descent much faster than any other empire in history. History speeds up as we go along. So Germany had lost an empire. The first genocide, by the way, by Germans wasn't of Jews or of Roma people, but of Africans in the Harari people in what's called non-Namibia in the early 20th century. That was the first genocide by the Germans, not by human beings. There's a book called Endless Holocausts about the American Empire. And Hitler actually consciously looked to the American model of dealing with the indigenous people as he contemplated his racial policies. So, but Germany was a very desperate country. It had lost the war. It had these onerous reparations imposed on them. Then came the Depression, and that desperation, that sense of meaning, that sense of power, that loss of dignity, that led to the power that fascism then promised and dangled in front of the German people. I've read biographies of Hitler and Trump. characterologically, there's some significant similarities. The difference was that Hitler was an actual ideologue. He believed in stuff. Trump doesn't believe in anything. He's not an ideological fascist. He's got the character traits that fascists will have: the arbitrariness, the power, the incredible contempt for the weak, the vindictiveness, the absolute need for power, which incidentally arise from his own very traumatic childhood. One of my friends and colleagues, Bessel van der Kolk, a psychiatrist, wrote a book called But Body Keeps the Score. He says that Trump is a poster boy for trauma. And you can see that. So was Hitler, by the way. So was Stalin, for that matter. And the difference, again, is that behind or underneath or buttressing or developed by Hitler was a very coherent ideology. Totally false, but coherent. Trump doesn't have an ideology. He's an opportunist. We may say that's a good thing. Because if Trump had an ideology and his characteristics, we'd be in much deeper trouble.
Yeah. Well, we're almost about to run out of time, and they told me to make sure I keep a watchful eye on the clock.
Okay.
So one of the things that I wanted to run by you is my ideal way of trying to organize people.
Yeah.
I think it's important to have a North Star, and I think it's important to make sure that we are organizing with a purpose. Obviously, I'm a socialist, I'm an anti-imperialist, and that is my North Star for the most part, and I have seen at least some level of success trying to get people to hold on to little crumbs of hope, little crumbs of autonomy that they can secure for themselves.
I just wish you wouldn't call it crumbs.
Okay. What would you call it?
Threads.
Threads, okay. Threads of hope.
That we can weave together.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
Threads of hope that we can weave together to build solidarity across the board, across the nation and across all nations, and hopefully present people with an alternative that they can subscribe to build a more egalitarian society.
Look, I salute you for that. This clearly reflects your own particular commitment and passion and sense of the world, and good for you. And I can only say, as long as people pursue their own particular authentic calling and they keep their eyes open, it's only going to lead to good. The only word that would change in your discourse is the one of hope, because it's just a technical point, but hope speaks to a wish for something to happen in the future. For me, a more useful word is possibility, because possibility is right here in the present. So the question is, what possibilities can we envision right now in the present that we can work with? Not for something to happen in the future, but something that we can actually do right now. It seems to me that's what you're up to in your particular way. And again, I can only applaud you for it. As long as you're willing to keep your eyes open and allow yourself to be disillusioned when necessary, you're not going to go wrong.
Okay. Gabor Maté, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
For having this conversation.
Are we back? Are we back? Did that work? Cinema? Oh my god, we're back. Okay, these are over here.
Did you flip it? How was it? Good?
Fire rating.
We passed the audition?
Yes, you did. Really good job.
He's my cam op co-producer.
Great.
Co-owner of
Nice
the
to meet you.
podcast that we run. Yeah. Were you ever in Los Angeles?
Is that where you're based?
Yeah, that's where I'm based. Yeah.
I spoke there 3 weeks ago in Pasadena.
Oh, okay.
I don't have any plans to come back right now.
Okay. I'm gonna be back in Vancouver, but I would love to have another conversation, like a longer one.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what,
we don't have these time constraints.
Okay, let me give my email address. And,
Okay, well, I can get your information from Aaron too.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's keep in touch.
All right, perfect. Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much.
And I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, that was great. Chat loved it.
Okay, good. I was worried.
Yeah, you did great.
I don't know if you could tell, I was a little worried.
You had some weaves, but you always brought it back though.
Well, I was worried because I wanted to make sure it was like productive and I got the most out of.
Gabor Maté, Hasan
Good?
Piker.
Yes.
Self-handled follow.
You did great.
Okay.
Who wants to hear about agents? Okay, so wants to hear about agents doing work for us. Are a little scared, a little excited?
That's a crazy swap over from talking about the growth of fascism and how to fight it to.
The schedule.
Oh, really?
You guys have, when's your flight?
I don't want to say we don't want to say on camera. But okay.
We have
all right.
things we need to get to.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Here. I've been taking pictures.
Yeah.
That was great, guys.
It really was.
Okay, smile.
Please introduce yourselves, short, tell us what you do. Sure.
Very nice.
All right, perfect.
So it was great. Thanks. So they want you for 30 seconds over there.
Okay. We got flight to catch.
Okay.
But lovely meeting you.
Lovely to meet you too. Well done. Where are you flying back to?
Los Angeles. Yeah. All right. I'll see you around. I'm gonna get your dad's information from you because I wanna have him on as well. Okay.
I can bring him to the press conference. Yeah. Hasan, thanks very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for everything.
See you next time.
Pleasure to meet you. I didn't No, we have a flight. We have a flight to catch, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
Can I get a picture with you?
Sure.
Thanks so much. Best of luck on your flight.
Nice to meet you.
Take it.
You got everything, right?
Yeah.
Going straight up?
Yeah, we gotta go straight out of here. Hi. Great. That was. I'm not very good when it's like an unstructured setting. I'm usually the one being interviewed, not the one doing an interview. So hey, what's going on? Sure.
I'm a local politician, local socialist.
Hell yeah, love the hat.
Thank you. I'm suing the mayor because, well, he called me a terrorist, for one, for speaking at a rally, and also said I was handing out free drugs on Christmas Day. So we got to get this. You met my co-chair when you were here.
Oh, Greens.
No, we're a Cope.
Oh, Cope.
Yeah, you met
Okay.
Sam.
Oh, cool, cool.
Well, it's great to meet you. Enjoy Vancouver, man.
Good luck.
Yes, yeah.
So, I don't want to bother you.
What's going on? We have to run right now. I have a flight. But do you want to take a photo?
Yeah. Sure. Let's
All right, quick. Click up.
I like the jacket, by the way.
Thank you.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's that? Yeah.
Different accent in person. I'm like the biggest Asman fan. I'm here to reach meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
You want to take a photo?
I'll take a photo.
Okay.
What's with the beef with shoe on head?
I don't know. Is there a beef with shoe on head? Yeah. I'm not very familiar with the word. But hey, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. Yesterday for a flight.
That never goes the way people think it will go. They, in their minds, I think they think, "Oh God, I'm gonna do the thing that I can do online," and it's like, "Nah, you just kind of look weird." Okay.
Yeah, dude. A lot of people were saying that they wish that conversation was
Longer?
2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Gabor Maté has. We were just like beginning to unlock some very.
You should start a podcast.
What's up? You want to take a photo?
I'll produce it.
Sure.
I'll just selfie you. I've been trying to convince him to start a podcast for months now, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Like an interview one.
All right, we made it. All right. Thank you so much. All right.
Like a Joe Rogan style podcast.
What time is it?
It's kind of chilly now.
It is chilly, yeah. That's why I wore the jacket.
I mean, should we probably just...
Is it like...
Yeah.
I think I have a car.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's end it here then.
Pretty serious crew. Then I saw this guy. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, man.
Okay, let's just end it right here. All right, everybody. Unfortunately, we have to end the broadcast here because I have a quick flight because I have some stuff I need to do. I'm going to be doing Smosh tomorrow. This was a very quick in and out day. Half day Hasi, you already know what it is.
It was worth it. You fed them well.
Yeah, hopefully you guys got well fed. Love you guys. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. This time I'm back in Los Angeles. Nate Bluen is going to be in the broadcast, I believe, tomorrow. He's running in Utah, and we'll have a conversation with him alongside situation monitoring and getting to all the stuff that I didn't get to today, specifically on the